I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Committee on Ordinance for Tuesday, November 23rd, in the year 2021. I'm Rebecca Lisi, Holyoke City Councilor at Large and Chair of the committee. We are joined this evening by Ward 5 City Councilor Linda Bacon, Ward 2 City Councilor Terry Murphy, and Ward 4 City Councilor Libby Hernandez as part of the Ordinance Committee. Also in the chambers tonight, I see that we have our City Council President, Todd McGee, who's a Ward 7 City Councilor, at-large City Councilor Joe McGivern, and David Bartley, Ward 3 City Councilor. I think I see Gladys sitting down, although I can't tell if it's her or not. We are also joined online by Vice Chair of this committee, Juan Anderson Burgos, who's a Ward 6 City Councilor. So we have a number of items on our agenda that call for a joint hearing with the Planning Board. Are the members of the Planning Board here? Oh, they're not actually joining us for these 3 items. They're going to be meeting separately on the same items.
Make a motion we take
Sorry
up
about
item
that.
1.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to take up item number 1.
And
This is a public hearing for a zone change application from R1 to RM20 for Cherry Hill Estates Condominiums Trust at 1 Maple Crest Circle to change back 6.7 acres from R1 to RM20 to form one contiguous zoning. Are the applicants here with us? Linda Bacon, I hear you working to speak, so I'll recognize you as the chair.
Well, I was just making a motion to open the public hearing, so we had a formal.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. So again, is the applicant here to present to us?
Yes, he is.
Great.
Yes.
Do you want to go to the mic?
Please, yes, and name and address for the record. I am getting just a little bit of feedback on the sound here.
Sure, this is Paul Gallagher, trustee, Cherry Hill Condominium Associations, 1763 Northampton Street in Holyoke, and I'm joined by Nick Macchio, also trustee, Cherry Hill Condominium Associations.
Great. Do you want to talk about the proposed zone change and why you're seeking it?
So at our last HOA annual meeting, the owners of the association had expressed an interest to explore future development options in the remaining 6.7 acres of land that has not been developed. And we discovered that that particular section of land is not zoned RM20 as the rest of the land is. So before we spent any money on researching that, we wanted to first get the zone change and then look at, hiring an engineer to see what we could do over there, whether it be additional amenities for the association or potentially additional units.
Okay, great. And then I know we have a application from you all, but I was wondering if we actually have a map to present for the meeting here. I don't see one. It's usually something that the planning board is able to provide us. Jeffrey, as our administrative assistant, do you know if there is a map associated with the application? I do not have one in the records here.
I did not see a map, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there questions from committee members?
Yeah, I just have one.
Because I'm attending online and cannot see raised hands, I will ask you to just use your voice to be recognized, and I'll call on you in the order that I hear you.
I have one.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, just, I know you've been selling a lot of properties at Maple Crest Circle, so I'm assuming, based on what you just said, that all of those are RM20 and none of them are R1?
Correct. We were able to get the complex Fannie Mae approved, So now all the rentals have pretty much been eliminated there, and it's all owner occupied. There's very, very few rentals. There is no rental restriction there, but it's mainly all owners now, which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what we're doing here, I guess, today. This is more as a request on behalf of the owners, just to investigate what we could do with that land.
And do you happen to have a petition from the owners of the properties that would be in favor of this, by any chance?
Well, that's what we are, as members of the board, are standing on behalf of the 183 owners.
But do you have like a petition that they have signed saying they're all in agreement on this? Or, I mean, if I just bought something, I'm not opposed to this, let me start off by saying, but I just want to make sure that the people that are just buying it are also in full agreement that this is what they would like to see. I mean, I know, I'm going to say, you know, in the last couple of months, I probably have seen at least 25 or 30 transactions for people buying the property, so.
Right.
I just don't want to have them buy it, and then I'm going to say, okay, we're changing this, and you didn't tell me you oppose it, so I assume you were in favor of it.
Right, I mean, that's the point of the annual meeting, for them to come and discuss these types of things. So, you know, in our bylaws, they have a right to come and vote, share their opinions, and these are the opinions that have been brought up to us and what we're voicing to you.
Okay.
So we're the elected body of the association, and we've been given the task to come here and voice this.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Lisi, I have a question.
Other committee members who would like to be recognized? Counselor Bacon, I hear you being asked.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm wondering if on this 6.5 acres, the zone change is made, how many more units would that be able to accommodate?
So we're not developers, we don't have a developer, we're not anywhere close to that. So, you know, that's so far down the road. I guess, you know, to get anywhere near there, quite a bit of engineering would have to be done to determine that, and then that would have to be a plan drawn up by an engineer, presented to the planning board, and they'd have to go through all that stuff. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Well, so on how much land is there where everything is located right now?
I'm not sure. What's the total acreage of the whole thing?
Together it was about 16.
16 acres total, so you'd have to subtract out the 6.7.
Okay, so almost twice as much.
Yeah, but the grade is very sloped, and you've got wetlands, so you need wetlands
Right,
delineation.
so it wouldn't be totally buildable, but I'm just asking because I'm interested to know if you did want to develop how much more housing could be made available in the area, which we're hearing actually that we need more rather than less, right?
Right.
And then the other reason for my question is if you're not interested in building, we'd kind of wonder why you need the zone change, because under R1 you could probably do the other things that
Yeah.
you might want to do. So I'm just wondering.
I think that is an intent here, is to explore that option for development there. But before that can even be really done, there's so much that has to be done before that. But before, you know, we can look to a developer, and anyone's going to want to spend any kind of money, you know, 20, 30, 40,000 in engineering research to determine that, you know, the zone change is the first step.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other members of the committee? Counselors?
Yes, Chairman Lisi, if I could, Joe McGivern.
Yeah, thank you. Counselor McGivern.
Through the chair, just a question to the petitioners. I think we all appreciate that you're not the developers and understand what you're saying here, but essentially you're asking us to go from residential 1 to RM20, which is multifamily, without any thoughts about what the plan is. That's a big ask.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised when it wasn't, normally you see a parcel and it's all one zone. Why this particular parcel is cut into a portion like this, I don't understand. But, you know, I think it would make sense Cherry Hill's been there since, the early 70s. I mean, we all know what it is. I think if anything happened in the future, it would be probably more of the same. I don't think if you were to get something in there, my guess it wouldn't be too much based on the topography and the cost of building. So again, I'm not really qualified to make those projections on what could be done there until any proper engineering work was looked at.
Without a map in front of us, is it safe to say that this 6.7 acres will abut other RM1 zones?
Yes, you have Wells and Dale Street.
Okay. So that might be part of the answer.
Right, but, it would, if there was something done, it would be the roadways, I'm assuming, and again, I shouldn't be speaking about this, I'm not an engineer. Nothing's been drawn or drafted or looked at, but I would assume it would be part of the existing infrastructure.
Zone changes are about use, we understand that, and we don't, or could hold you to any proposed development, but it'd be a lot easier to talk about this if we were talking about condominiums and not rental housing.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is part of Cherry Hill Association, so it would have to be Cherry Hill condominiums.
Thank you, Councilor Lisi. Thank you.
Thank you. I did pull up
Councilor Bartlett.
the zoning map really quickly here, and I do see R1, and then adjacent to it is RM20. And then it looks like there's R1A around the RM20. And the RM20 would be a spot zone in this area, but it is touching on one small border with another RM20 area. Jeffrey, can I do a screen share from where I'm at here?
Yeah, you should already have access.
So I'm not seeing it.
You're a co-host, so that should give you access.
Do you know where I can, oh, screen share, here it is. Okay. Let's see if this works. It worked. Let's make it bigger. So I just put in Maple Crest Circle, and it's not incredibly easy to see here, but I believe that this is it. Is there an actual number that I could put in here for the property that we're looking at instead of generally speaking?
1.
It's just 1. Yeah, so if you can see here, this is RM20. So I'm assuming that this is the present condominium development here.
Correct.
This is the R1. This is the parcel that's in question here.
Correct.
Over here, it's R1. And over here, it's R1A and surrounded by R1A again. And is this also part of, is this other section here, RM20, also part of the, I can't figure out what it is exactly.
That's a housing project.
That's Bolden Village.
Oh, it's Bowdoin, yeah, okay. Thank you, Counselor Anderson Burgos. So, it's not necessarily a zone change because it does have this contiguous area here, but it is a big change from what would be surrounding on the other 3 sides.
And where is Dale Street on that map? And the other street that you named?
Dale Street.
I think you said Dales
And
and
Wells.
Wells.
Let's see. It's hard to see with the overlay.
All right, well, we'll have to look at the map when we can.
Yeah, I think we should ask planning to provide us with a map so we could see better what the parcel looks like and have a better street view. I do also think we can ask planning the question that Councilor Bacon posed regarding the maximum number of units that would be allowed there. You know, RM20 is here, and just because you could build up to 20 units doesn't mean that you would necessarily use all 20. But, you know, we have lower zones, but if we did a, you know, like RM4, or I believe there's like a RM16 even, that would be a spot zone. So the RM20 is somewhat more in harmony than doing any other sort of multifamily development zone over here. And then finally, the one point that I want to raise is that I don't necessarily think that you need a zone change to create rental units. Like, rental units could be single family homes. Rental units could be duplexes. I don't think that the density of development necessitates this sort of type of property in terms of rental or ownership, or even condominium. So I just want to put that into the record. Are there other questions from either committee members or councilors?
Councilor Bartley wants to be recognized.
Thank you for that. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, gentlemen, thanks a lot for being here. I really appreciate it. So I'm very familiar with the area and as much as I like to see Councilor Lisi on the screen, if I could just have the map back, that would be marvelous. Although I know the area by heart. So what you're proposing, just the little lot you're proposing, the 6 acres, is kind of surrounded by HCC. Basically, that's where HCC is, because that's George Frost Drive going back. You can see the Bartley Center in the middle of the map, and towards the bottom the rest of the main campus. And then I guess I'm just, for lack of a better term, just to the west. What's happening is that it sounds like you're looking to see if you can develop. And first of all, I think those of us who've been in those units know the housing there is pretty attractive, and it seems to be very popular right now, and they're all being sold off as condominiums. So my suspicion is that the developer would probably want an RM20 zone for the purposes of developing condominiums. Of course, in zoning world, you know, you're not supposed to zone for a particular project, right? It's for a use, okay? So, but we all know that's the game, and we all want to know what the use is, okay? So nobody's kidding anybody here, right? I hope we're not kidding anyone. I hope we're not kidding ourselves. So the way I look at that is that with zoning to RM20, no matter what's developed, there's going to have to go into site plan review, and with the proper buffer around the homes on kind of off of Hummiston Slope, for lack of a better term, on the southern side. I mean, I don't know if that's, I'm just assuming that's north, south, east. I'm just going to go pretend it's north, south, east, west there. So to the bottom of that locus, it's Hummiston Slope, and to the north, that's the Dale Street area that you just referenced, for those Crestview, and I think a few others are back there as well. So, and then the left third of your lot appears, to the best of my knowledge, is kind of a pretty slopey area, and there are wetlands there. So what you could probably expect to see built is some. And how many units are there now, gentlemen?
183 total.
Okay, 183 on 10 acres, and so now you're looking at maybe 4 acres. Okay, so we'd have to just do the math, and they used to be apartments, but now they're all being sold off as condominiums, and they seem to be going like hotcakes. So whatever you're doing there is working. So unless there's a legal reason, or if abutters to this are really opposed to it, but I hope, we will hear from, it's a public hearing, so we will hear from abutters. They've all had to be noticed. I'm sure you had to send out dozens and dozens of letters to them. I think with the proper screening and buffering, it sounds to me like the project could probably be a winner, not just for you, but of course for the city and for people that want to live in condominium style residence. So I for one, we're certainly going to want to hear more. Certainly want to hear from the abutters, but I for one want to express my gratitude for your potential investment, or the investment of developers coming forward. I think it's a great idea, and with the market the way it is now, gentlemen, it looks like this is sorely needed. As we all know, one of the legacies of the last 10 years, among numerous other legacies with financial fiascos and a budget that's been out of whack for 3 years, is not only do we're the only municipality in this area with a declining population of any significance, declining population. So Holyoke certainly could use more housing options. So I look forward to hearing more from the abutters and from the planning board. Okay, so thanks, guys. Thank you, Mr.
Are there any other counselors who would like to speak?
Could I just ask one more question?
Sure, Counselor Murphy, and then I think we should go to public comment.
So just, I know you're looking to, if this was changed to RM20, you're gonna hire somebody to look and see what can be done. I guess my question is, why would you not see what can be done? And if it can't be changed to RM20, but it might be changed to something else with someone coming in, it's almost like we're saying, let's make a change and then let's see if we can do it, rather than let's see what we can do and then let's make the change to make that. So, and I think Councilman McGivern kind of had that same theory. So.
Yeah, I don't think any developer would come in and spend $25,000 to $50,000, and roll the dice and with the chance that this may not have a zone change. No, I don't think anyone's going to do that. That's the problem. That's what we've run into when we've spoken to some developers ahead of time. They said,
But what happens if you hire somebody and they come in and say, really, this should be single-family homes and an R1 is the proper zone?
Well, it can't be. So the land is owned by Cherry Hill Condominium Associations. All that it can be is condominiums at Cherry Hill. That's it. Or like some sort of an amenity to our complex, whether it be another outbuilding for recreation or something. So they can't be single-family homes. It can't be apartments. It has to be part of Cherry Hill Condominium Associations. If that clarifies it.
It's a better explanation, but I'm not sure altogether with it, but thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. So are there members of the public who would like to speak either in favor or against this proposal? If there are, please come to the microphone. It doesn't seem like there's anyone present for this application.
There's not.
Okay, thank you. So then I would say a motion to table is in order. I think we should have the planning board meet on this, go through its process. We have some questions that we want to send their way. Perhaps even having the engineer talk about what an RM20 impact would be on that area would be in order.
What's on the table?
I make a motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain. Would that be 2 weeks, or are we looking at for a date?
It'd have to be 3 weeks. 2 weeks.
3 weeks.
2 weeks is our regular meeting.
3 weeks would be the 14th. So December 14th at 6:30 p.m., is that what the motion is then?
Yes.
Second.
Motion has been made and second to continue this public hearing to December 14th at 6:30 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. The motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
Yes?
suspend the rules. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up items 6A and 6B together, in respect with all the people that are in the chambers.
Second.
Sure, since we're not joined by the planning board for the public hearings, I think it's fine to proceed out of order. So 6A and 6B. Motion was made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Good.
Chair,
Good. Right.
Lacey, there's a request from a maker of an order. Could we do item 2 and then go out of order?
I mean, let's just see what the vote was, I'm sorry. So the motion was made and seconded to go out of order to item 6A and 6B.
So, right, I'm just making an amendment that
Yeah.
could we do it after item 2?
And I'll second that.
Sure, so on the amendment then that we take up item number 2 first, all in favor?
No,
I'm going to say aye and just get it out of the way because it's more rote. So item number 2 is a public hearing. We need a motion to open the public
Motion to
hearing.
open the public.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. So this is a public hearing that the city amended zoning ordinances to allow for front yard pools by special permit of the city council and to make any other necessary changes to the swimming pool ordinance referred to the Ordinance Committee and copied to the building commissioner. Said special permit would be reviewed as part of the public hearing process. The current current zoning for swimming pools, section 4.5.2, as currently written states, a wall of a swimming pool shall not be located less than 8 feet to any dwelling or accessory structure, 6 feet from any rear or side lot line, and 10 feet from the street line. A pool shall not encroach into any front or side yard of the parcel. In the case of corner lots, pool shall not be constructed within the front yards of the lot. Under discussion, Councilor Bartley as the maker.
Yeah, thanks to the majority of the committee for allowing this to happen, because I do have to leave. So we filed this order with the following thought in mind. We had a resident in the city who would like to insert this kind of a pool in his or her yard, and they ran into headwinds only because of our ordinance and the way the pool will be constructed, because the way their lot's configured, Madam Chair, on the way the house is configured on the lot. So the only way to effectuate this, according to the building commissioner with whom I worked, and I really appreciate guidance, is that, and I was pretty cautious about writing this too, and try to make it as non-controversial as possible, and also ultimately leave the decision as a special permit, Madam Chair. And as the chair knows full well, when there's a special permit involved in the city council, it requires a public hearing. And a public hearing, as you know, Madam Chair, triggers notice to abutters within 300 feet of each lot line. The thinking there, Madam Chair, is that if somebody wants to put an amenity into their yard that's going to not only enhance their enjoyment of their property, but make the property more valuable and ultimately a more economical parcel for the city as a whole, the abutters are going to want to know what's going in there. So if I live in a corner lot and I'm going to put in this weird-looking structure right next door to my neighbor, who's 10 feet away from me, my neighbor's going to know about it, and he or she's going to want to weigh in. On the other side of the coin, if I'm going to put in something that's, or a petition is going to put in something that's really attractive to the neighborhood and maybe enhances the value of the whole neighborhood, then I'll want to know that too, and I'll want to come and support that. And so if the committee agrees with some or all of these things, and I would hope that the committee would, after we hear from the public, of course, on this, I hope the committee would agree that we can likely, unless there's something controversial here, we could likely consider closing the public hearing and then sending this to legal to put into legal form, and then to send back to the committee for another review in, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, or if the committee's too busy that night, maybe at some point early January. So I hope I've explained myself well enough, and take it from there. Thanks for your time.
Sure, I'd like to ask one question to the maker. First of all, do you have a proposed amendment in mind, or is it just to eliminate that they shall not be constructed within the front yards of the lot?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the amendment is to allow it in the front yards, subject to a special permit of the Holyoke City Council. So that.
And furthermore, is that just for corner lots where, because they have 2 front yards according to our zoning ordinances,
That's
we need to
right.
make an exception there?
No,
So in the case of corner lots alone?
No, well, front lots and corner lots, right, so front yards, even on corner lots, I hope I'm explaining myself properly. So if it requires specific delineation, and I think the chair is absolutely onto something here, so what the chair is, I think what you're trying to say is that, well, there should be a special permit for a front yard, and there should be a special permit for corner lots, so that we can clearly explain it in our ordinances to any potential future applicants that want to have this kind of amenity.
Right, so I'll just put, where my thinking is here. So because a corner lot has 2 front yards, the way that we define our lots, I wouldn't be opposed to creating an exemption for the corner lots to construct a pool on what would be considered their front yard by special permit. However, I would not be interested in creating the allowance of front yards writ large across the city. I don't think that's the appropriate place for swimming pool and structures. I don't think that is, to me, it's not aesthetically pleasing for the neighborhoods that I think we want to develop in the city. But that's just me, and I'm one vote.
Well, I would just tend to agree with that. I don't think a swimming pool in somebody's front yard on, you name the street is going to be, especially an in-ground pool is going to be necessarily a winner. And I wouldn't think, just to extend it to the ultimate, I wouldn't think that any majority of a city council ordinance committee in the future or a city council would probably be too excited about granting special permit. Furthermore, I don't think that any homeowner, barring very few, would be interested in even putting in a swimming pool in the front lot. But I just want us to be cautious and careful on this, and that's why I hear you completely, Madam Chair. So I think the special permit is really the key part to allow this to happen, and then once we get it back in legal form, I think when we all see it in writing, I think we'll be in a better place to really understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other committee members who want to be recognized?
Councilor McGee?
Is that Councilor McGee?
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilor Bartley and everyone for their work on this. The issue came up first in my area with regards to a corner lot, where they're trying to put a pool in, but the way our rules work, it makes it look like a front yard and therefore prohibits it. It's not designed, I've seen the drawing of the pool, it's not designed to be in the front yard, but the way our rules are in corner lots, it makes it sound like it is. It's going to be in the back of the yard, and this is the only way that we can try and accommodate what that homeowner is trying to do with regards to their, what we all consider really is the backyard. So I appreciate everyone's trying to really nail this down, but it really stems from one of my constituents who is looking to put a pool in, but truly is a backyard, but due to the corner lot rules, makes it look like a front yard. I just don't want people at home thinking we're approving front yard pools. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized of the councilors? Seeing none, I think that we should open the public hearing and allow members of the public to speak, either in favor or against this proposal. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to be recognized, or even on Zoom?
Nope.
Okay, it seems that there is none. So in the same vein as what we did with the previous order, I do think that we should, since we're meeting separately from the planning board and we do need them to weigh in, I think we should continue this public hearing and allow the planning board to send us a recommendation, and then based on their recommendation, we could craft the legal language. I think that would be the most cautious and careful way to proceed. And
I'll make the motion we continue the public hearing to December 14th.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to continue this public hearing to December 14th at 6:30 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Okay, on to items number 6A and B together as a package. So we are motioning to take these up out of order, suspending our necessary rules and then taking them up as a package. So on the motion that was made by Councilor Anderson Burgos and then seconded by Councilor Hernandez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. So under discussion, an item filed by Councilor McGee, that the City Council amend Ordinance 2-69 by striking Section G2 from the ordinance. That section states, no employee of the city shall simultaneously serve on the City Council during their time of employment. And then item 6B is just supporting opinion from our city solicitor, Lisa Ball. I do see that many members of our councilors-elect have joined us in the chambers. Because councilors-elect are not allowed to enter debate, I would ask you to go to the microphone where the public is if you want to enter any public comment on this item. And in order to get there, we do need to suspend our rules, but I understand there's a lot of people who want to participate this evening like that. So first, Councilor McGee, this is your order. Under discussion, do you want to present what's happening here?
Yeah, so thank you very much first to the Ordinance Committee for taking this up right away. For everyone at home, everyone in the audience today, in the chamber, first off, happy Thanksgiving. Let's not forget the holiday is upon us. It's time to be with families, enjoy our time, and relax and be safe. So let's remember that. What's before us here is an issue that's come up from the legal department regarding newly elected members to the city council, of which the legal department reached out to me as the president and said this is an issue that's come up. My response was, well then, based on the issue, what are our options? So the option before you is what legal and I have come up with in the sense of trying to deal with the matter, which is allowing two members who were elected by their voters to serve on the city council. Granted, it is based on the charter rule that it's without pay, but they would be able to serve as was the wishes of the voters. So that's what we filed in order to make sure we could bring it up in order to address it before the start of the new election cycle. Why we here? I wasn't here for last meeting. I was traveling for vacation in Florida, but I am back. I know some people have said, well, you voted for this ordinance. And I want to be clear. I'm a historian before becoming a tax attorney. I do remember my votes very clearly. The discussion at the time was with regards to, and no offense, I love my City Hall employees, but there was a rumbling of certain City Hall employees that may want to run for office and therefore sit on the City Council while also being a member of the City Hall, whether it's an auditor, an assessor, a tax collector, whoever it was. And therefore that was potentially a conflict of interest. And therefore, to address that issue, this ordinance was created. So, in my view, at that time, it wasn't designed to be as broad as the way we're seeing it today. And why do I say it that way? I go back to once again, as a historian, to Donnie Welch. Donnie Welch served this committee or this council with honor and dignity. He was a police officer and a city councilor, a full-time police officer getting paid, and he knew that. And when he joined the city council, as elected by his voters, he did not receive any money for it. But he served it without any issue at all. No conflict of interest. Also, if we go back in history, Jonathan Allen wasn't a city councilor, but he was a school committee member. And he served in the city hall in the treasurer's department. That was deemed all right as well. So I'm not sure where the arguments of conflict of interest or other terms of art that have been used come here. The intent of the ordinance was City Hall. Once again, no offense to members of City Hall. We were just understanding that there was a potential conflict with regards to viewing it in that fashion. Well, now, lo and behold, we have two people who are part of the school department, separate from City Hall. of which their positions would have no conflict of interest of serving as a city councilor. And it is up to them to make the choice that if this ordinance were amended to allow them to serve, that they could serve without being paid. That would be their choice. That's their right. And that's why I filed the ordinance, to give them their choice and their right to serve. That's what their voters had asked, one from a ward perspective, one from a city-wide perspective. That person was voted in second of all the members that ran. Second. The city has spoken and would like him to have a chance. It is his choice, so long as we amend the ordinance to allow for that choice. Finally, I go back to this, like I said, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to offer up options to address an issue. But, some things have come up. I've received some really nasty emails today. I'm not going to read them, especially when you don't put your name on. I want to respond and say, give me your name and address. I'd like to send you a Christmas card or holiday card, however you want. And I'm just being facetious. But the real issue is this. What are we afraid of? What are we afraid of? We have two people who want to serve on this board. They're not working in City Hall. They're not offering up anything of a conflict of interest. They're just trying to serve the people. They're voters. So for me, I filed the change in order to address the problem. I respect everyone, and you know that. Everyone in this room. You can vote however you want. I will not get into a fight with you. I will not argue with you. I will respect your vote. All I'm asking is to address an issue that has come to my attention from the legal department, which, please understand it this way. When it was first coming out, the understanding was they can't serve without pay. And then this was stumbled upon at the last minute. Not 10 months ago, not 2 months ago, but about a week ago. And they said, from the legal department, this is your option. And I said, I will file the order. That is my job as the president, also as a person who believes in the voters' rights. Two people, won their position. Give them the chance to serve. That is why I filed the order.
Councilor Lisi, can I have a personal privilege request? You're muted.
Sure, go ahead, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. To respect to having our councilor-elect speak at the microphone, we have 6 councilor-elects sitting in the chambers. We had 6, we now have 5 councilors, in the chambers, and a good gallery of people out there. With COVID protocol, I think we're all relatively comfortable. And if we could just allow your committee, if you're going to allow councilor-elects or anybody in the public to speak, could you allow the councilor-elects to speak from there where they're sitting?
And I'll second that. That was going to be my request.
Motion has been made by Councilor Bacon because Councilor McGivern is not on the committee. She cannot make the motion. Is there a second then?
Second.
Councilor Murphy has seconded to allow councilors-elect to speak from the seats that they've taken in the chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll say no, but it'll pass 4-1. Motion to suspend the rules to allow the public to speak.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to suspend our rules and allow the public to speak. Any member of the public speaking, including those councilors-elect, please state your name and address for the record. I guess since we have the councilors-elect in the chambers, we can give deference to them and they can make some points first, and then we'll go to members of the public out in the gallery. Who would like to go first?
Councilor-elect Jordan has his hand up.
I'll happily defer to any of my other councilors-elect, but if I could get added to the list, I'd like to speak.
Councilor Jordan, name and address for the record.
Kevin Jordan, 18 Raymond Avenue here in Holyoke. So first of all, I don't obviously have a vote on this matter, but I did previously, and I would like to go, there was some allusion to the history of all of this. I think it's really important that people go back, number one, and look at the 1896 charter. It says you cannot receive the expenditure of any money appropriated by the city council. That has been law, black letter law, in Holyoke for 125 years, okay? So this law is very similar to many of the other laws that have been cited in all these other communities, i.e. Northampton, i.e. Lawrence, i.e. Chelsea, right down the list. I could give you a whole bunch of them. They have the same rule that we have here in the city of Holyoke. The reason I'm speaking out on it, and again, I view it as my role as a watchdog here, again, is we have laws, we have rules. No one is above the law. And the notion that people either didn't know the law, didn't know the rules, I'm not sure, and maybe it's only here, that ignorance of the law is a defense. But I'm sorry, but the law is what the law is. And that's what I'm just pointing out. These are the laws. So the law says you cannot do this. And for about the first 100 years, there was no problem. Nobody ever attempted to be a city employee and be a member of the city council. Then in 1990, let me back up. In 1963, a member of this body wanted to resign in order to even become a city employee. So a special act of the legislature was passed just to allow the person to even resign to go take a city job. 1963. Second point, 1995, Ward 1 Councilor-elect George Cruz was a member of the DPW. He was duly elected the Ward 1 Councilor and worked in the DPW. He was not allowed to be a member of the Holyoke City Council and was threatened with his job. He ultimately decided to resign his position on the City Council day one instead of joining the Holyoke City Council. Now we flash ahead to 2008. Don Welch. Totally wrong. And for anybody that's salty at Kevin Jourdain about pointing out this rule, is going to be hopefully somewhat feel that I am consistent, if anything, okay? In 2007 and 2008, I strongly objected to what took place with Mr. Welch. As much as I personally like him, he's a wonderful man, all that good stuff, what occurred there should never have occurred. And he should never have been sworn in as a member of the City Council. It was in violation of the charter. Okay, so now we go ahead and we flash into where we're at today. So nobody since that situation has done this. Now we have two people who have been duly elected without a question by the public, okay? And I'm all in favor of everybody serving, and that's great. But the rules are what the rules are. And the fact of the matter is, it says you shall receive no other compensation, period. Okay? You get a city council salary. There is no, I get to pick which one, I get to, I give up the 10,000 and I get to keep my school department salary. That's not the law in Holyoke. No. Section 23 is the law. Now, to add a cherry on top of the sundae, mind you, the city council passed a very comprehensive ethics ordinance, which I admittedly championed. It's something in my 24 years on the city council, I was very much in favor of having a very strong ethics ordinance. So we added a provision, everybody could read it. The language didn't say just City Hall employees, it said all employees. Okay? And that was exactly consistent with what Section 23 said. Okay? And so it said you cannot simultaneously be a city employee and a city councilor. And the purpose of that law was very obvious. We did not want to have a situation where we had conflicts of interest. We deal with big stuff on this city council. And we have to make sure whatever decision we arrive at is free of all conflicts of interest, okay? No matter how noble people can be, when you answer either to the mayor or to a team or chain of supervisors, that is a potential conflict of interest because you rely on that employment and rely on that salary, and that has influence over you. We are charged with overseeing the mayor. We are overseeing the department heads in these various departments. We need to be ensured that there is no conflicts of interest. Second point. We have to ensure that the mayor or any other department head would never offer employment to either a candidate, although you can run, you need to know that if you were to be elected, you can't serve, or, on the contrary, if you're a counselor-elect, that you would then be offered employment, okay? This is potentially a huge problem, okay? Somebody says, hey, Jourdain, you know, you want a job as the next DPW superintendent. You want to be the chief of staff to the mayor. Do you want to be whatever? Oh, yeah, don't worry about that quote-unquote 10,000 you're going to give up. No problem, Jourdain. We'll take care of you. We'll just add 10,000 to your salary. And you come over here and you're one of us now. We're all set. You run along and you do your city. Just don't vote on anything to do with the mayor's office or police or DPW, wherever I get planted, okay? That is what I want to absolutely avoid. That is what the leaders historically of our community wanted to avoid. And this is the same in Northampton, Chelsea, all these other communities that have a similar law. So the point is, we need to have a city council completely free of these type of conflicts. I also shudder to think, if we open this door and weaken these rules to allow city employees, are we going to have the police chief? Are we going to have the mayor's chief of staff? You're talking about a couple school department employees. But doesn't have to stop there. It's all employees. You can't say, well, the school department's okay, but these other departments not okay. It doesn't work that way. You got to treat everybody the same. And the fact of the matter is do we want these type of positions serving on the city council? Is that in the public's best interest? No, it's not. Absolutely it isn't. And I'll tell you right now, we are going to lose any semblance of what the city council, its purpose, its history was intended. These rules are all bigger than any of us. That's why we have the choice. What do you want to be? You want to be a city employee? God bless you. Go be a city employee. You want to be a city councilor? If you can get elected, as these two people did, God bless you, come be on the city council. You just can't do both. That's what the rules require, and that's what we should uphold. And so as we think about all of this, I am also extremely troubled that we would be attempting to change these rules after the election as well. Okay, here's why. Now, you're in a situation, and by the way, I've already been approached by another school department employee who said, you know, I wanted to run for city council, but I didn't because I knew of this rule. So now this person was denied an opportunity to run for city council because the rules were changed after the election. Is that fair to that individual? I think as we think this all through, these rules are absolutely bigger than us. It's why I'm raising it. I've taken an oath of office, as everybody else in this chamber has or will. And as this institution that councilors elect, I've had the pleasure to serve here for 24 years, soon to be again. Once you have the privilege to be on this body and serve the public, you will see it's the people over ourselves, and this is one of the bedrock rules, and that we need to make sure to protect the integrity of this institution, which is under, and I've seen it for many years, under attack in many instances. I hope we will not change this rule. By the way, I'll tell you, It still doesn't change section 23 of the charter. So I think the purpose by which some people are intending will be defeated here because the section 23 of the charter is still there. That, no matter what happens with this 2-69 ordinance, section 23 of the charter remains.
Thank you, Councilor-elect Jordan. We'll allow the next speaker to have a turn.
Okay. So, anyways, I want to thank the committee, and I hope, in the best interest of the public, that this ordinance will remain intact, and it's in keeping with our city charter. Thank you.
So, one of the other councilors-elect, would you like to speak? Name and address for the record.
I would like to speak. Israel Rivera, 25 Willow Street. Real quick point. For clarification for the people that are standing, do they have to make a line?
The sound just went off.
The sound is off. I think we got you back.
Can you hear me now?
You hear us?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, just for clarification, do the people have to make a line, or do you guys ask them to come up as we finish talking? Because I'm not sure if they understand that. Some of the people.
You're muted.
So we're giving deference to the councilors-elect to speak, and then, I mean, you're technically speaking as members of the public, which is why you need to give your name and address for the record. And then after the councilors-elect who wish to speak, we will allow the members of the public that are in the gallery to speak.
Okay.
They will
So
also
yeah,
give their name and address for the record.
Israel, aka Izzy Rivera, 25 Willow Street. I grew up here in Holyoke. Grew up in Ward 1 in the Flats. I attended McMahon Magnet Middle School, Holyoke High School. It's ironic that every morning while attending McMahon School, I used to pass by Sullivan School, and I used to see Mr. Jourdain holding his signs out with his family, and I used to think that was pretty cool, and maybe one day I could run for city council, and it's kind of gotten to that point for me, full circle. It's pretty awesome. So just to elaborate a little bit about my situation that I currently find myself in now, which for some reason I keep finding myself in situations like these. Especially with legal situations and stuff. It's amazing to me. But anyways, when I ran the last time, I was employed at UMass. And when I was employed at UMass, I heard somewhat of a conflict of interest thing too as well. But then they stated that I worked for the state, and because it's not for the city, that I'd be okay. Okay. So then come August, for this election, I interviewed for a position at the school department where obviously I have a growing family, it would have been a significant pay raise for me and my family, right? And in the process of interviewing for the job, I thought about this possible conflict of interest thing. But in me doing my research, even calling the law office here, the city solicitor's office, they told me that it was no issue because Donnie Welsh had served in the past and that there was an opinion put out there that would have been in my favor. I still haven't seen that opinion piece, and I've been calling the city solicitor's office for some time now. The issue is that we don't have a consistent city solicitor, and we've had probably several different people run through the office now, so I'm sure looking for that paperwork is going to be very difficult and trying to find that actual opinion from the past. But it's ironic to me that when a police officer was serving, it wasn't an issue then. Nobody really brought it up. I know Mr. Jourdain says that he made a stank about it, but there is no record that I know of at the moment. Maybe there's meeting minutes in the past that we can look for. I'm sure we keep a history of our meeting minutes. So maybe we can bring those up to see if that's true or not. But ultimately, where it comes down to is I'm feeling like it's kind of a personal attack, more or less. I'm trying to look at it as if it isn't. It's more, I'm trying to see it as a structural thing, right? Not trying to take it personal, but it's feeling personal. I'm telling you it's feeling personal because I've heard different comments from different ways and how things are just all of a sudden, like in the last week before Mr. Murphy, my old baseball coach, is about to step away from the mayor's office and an opinion piece just all of a sudden magically appears. Like, these things don't, I've learned while running that an opinion coming from the mayor's office technically has to be asked for by the city council and has to be voted on, unless the mayor himself takes it upon himself to run that by. So he kind of took it upon himself with, which I get, right? Because you want to run by the laws and the legalities of the city, especially when you're the mayor. But for me, that hurt, right? He was my baseball coach. And I'll be honest with you, it kind of felt like, and again, it's not something that's supposed to be personal, but it felt personal because I'm a Holyoke kid. You guys raised me. And now you guys are telling me I'm not good enough. And it's because of a position? Ultimately, the city of Holyoke employs most of our people. We are the largest employer. So you are canceling out a huge amount of people's voices with this rule and regulation. Granted, I understand that it's been there since 1892. But at the time, that system was not made for me anyways. It was not made for me. Not for women, not for people of color, not for any of us. So citing a 100-year-old charter, which is cool, I respect it, but it's not fair to me, and it's never been fair to my people, right? And I'm sure it wasn't fair to the Irish and the French and the Canadians, all the people that it takes turns and it goes through every single cycle. Now it's our turn, and it's my turn to fight it. Hopefully I can keep my job. Come January 3rd, if I can't keep my job, I will resign and I will find another job. Unfortunately, my wife is on maternity leave, so we will figure it out, because I've figured it out every single time. And that's just what me coming from the hood, from Ward 1, single mother, just like other people have mentioned, broke neighborhood. You guys should be proud at the end of the day. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the people that are here to support me. Thank you that are supporting me online, supporting Jenny. Jenny's like my aunt. I've known her since I was like 5. I played baseball with her kids. Again, I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. McGee, for the order. Thank you, everyone else, for your time, too, as well.
Is there any other counselors-elect in the chambers who wish to speak on this issue?
I would. Cocaine Givner, 13 O'Connor Avenue.
Thank you.
So, it's quite a privilege to sit here, and I just would like to say that the only thing constant is change. It's exciting, it's different. I know there's rules and laws, but as far as I understand, an ordinance is a suggestion of a law. It's something that the council decided upon and came up with because they thought it was appropriate for the time. And now it's time to look at it again. I don't think that people who work for the school department are so overpaid that they can be swayed by the funds coming from a city council position. I do think their voices are important on the council. And I also am on the Arts Council, which is not quite as significant, although we do give out a lot of money. But if we are voting on something that we are a part of, like if there's a vote that comes up for a grant on a project that we're taking part in or that we support, guess what? We recuse ourselves from the vote. And I don't see why that can't happen here. People were elected, and they deserve to serve because their communities chose them to do this work for them. So I hate to see it wasted. I understand that there are morals and ethics. I think we all have them. I think they can be seen from different viewpoints. But yeah, I definitely support Izzy and Jenny. I think they deserve to be here. They were voted in. They should stay. Thank you.
Muted.
Trying to cut back on the feedback as much as I can. Other counselors-elect present who wish to speak?
I do.
And this is?
Jose Maldonado Velas, 210 Pine Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me speak. Really quick, I just believe 16A should be removed. Thank you, Councilor McGee, for putting this order. As pointed out before, there's a state law and there's a part of the charter, Section 23, that has not been enforced in the past that already covers this. So the opinion has already been laid there, and I believe that the two that got elected this campaign season should be allowed to serve this January. a lot of people like to get tired of hearing the term racism, but the reality is this is a form of racism. Racism is structural. It's in our systems. And this ordinance is a way of upholding the racist systems from the past, of enforcing those racist systems, because again, as pointed out, there's already Section 23 that already covers this. So we have to ask, I think the council needs to ask itself, are we ready to become an anti-racist body and actually build systems that serve all and all can be a part of, or are we going to uphold these racist systems that we have put in place? That's all I really have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers as a councilor-elect who wishes to speak and be recognized?
Yes. Jenny Rivera.
Oh, go for it, Jenny. Gotta go.
So, hello everyone. My name is Jenny Rivera, 56 Mulger Street in Holyoke, and I was elected as well by my voters. So, I would like to start because I'm quite confused. When I had my first meet and greet, which was all new to me, I had Kevin Jordan was there, Linda Vacken was there. I was invited by, there were 7 candidates running for mayor. I was invited by one, which was Mike Sullivan. I accepted to do the meet and greet with him. When I innocently posted pictures of the meet and greet because I'm there for my community, for my Ward 1. Like I always said, I don't want power. Power does absolutely nothing but what's going on here right now. I don't need any titles. I have plenty. I'm here for my community, like I've always done. Kevin Jordan came up to me, introduced himself. He wanted to work with me. He wants to be there, give me support. Anything I need, I could run to him. Same as to Linda. Anything you need, you could come to me. I will be there to help you. Kevin Jordan sent me a text at 4:45 in the morning, November 1st. It stated, "Good luck. I hope to be a winner just like you." I became a winner, Kevin, just like you. Why do you want to kick me out now?
So, Madam Chair, can we have order in this meeting?
And Madam Chair,
This is totally out of line.
the other piece is, Jenny,
Kevin.
if we're going to
No,
start.
we're not going to have crosstalk. I mean, she's.
No, but if my name is going to be mentioned, I'm not going into names. But if we're gonna get into, again, as you'll come to learn, we have decorum in Rule 19.
Now I'm going to call order.
And Madam Chair, I would like to be able to address.
Point of order.
You're not in
We're calling point of order, please.
People are using my name. You're not allowed to do that under the rules.
Please, point of order.
She's
Okay,
recounting a
apologize.
story that is factual. It's her own.
You'll determine what's factual? How about it, I hope you're going to.
Point of order.
Okay, so there.
Point of order, please.
It always goes this way. This is the way it goes.
Point of order.
We're going to.
You're a veteran.
The conversation will ask Ms. Rivera to make points on the matter and to cease from making comments about personal interactions with other counselors.
Thank you.
So Ms. Rivera, if you have the ability to make additional points that don't involve the other counselors in the room, you're welcome to make them continue your points.
Thank you, Rebecca. So right now, I apologize for using names, but I did want to make that point as I was elected by my community. If this was a problem, I should have been told from the beginning. I do work, I enjoy working for the Holyoke Public Schools. I've worked with it before. I did 10 years at Kelly School, then worked 25 years for an attorney. And I'm back at the schools. And like I said, I want to thank my community, and January 3rd, I will be sworn in. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who is here as a member of the public that is also a counselor-elect who wishes to speak on this matter?
I'm actually going to encourage the public to speak at this point.
So that's the process. So after the members of the committee allow the counselors-elect to speak as members of the public, but inside the chambers, we go to the public. So anyone who is a member of the public who wishes to speak on this matter can come to the microphone outside in the galley area. Just make sure it's on, and you'll need to state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. Josie Valentin, 25 Linden Street, former Ward 4 City Councilor. Thank you for allowing public comment, Madam Chair. And thank you to everyone here from the community that showed up to talk about this. So, a couple of things. In 2017, I was one of 2 councilors that voted no when this conversation was happening regarding this very overreaching ordinance, which is what has led us to what we're discussing tonight. And I appreciate Councilor President McGee for filing the order to strike that language, because I would hope that in the public's best interest, we would actually look at the fact that there are so many rules and laws and what has been done forever that actually turns out to be quite obstructionist and quite exclusionary. And I don't use the word exclusionary lightly. I say it because we are at a historic moment in the city of Holyoke, where just a couple of weeks ago, not only did this city vote for the first Latino mayor, it also voted for the most diverse city council in the history of this city. That is not something to be taken lightly, as we are talking about narratives at this very microphone that literally put up walls. And we all know how walls feel, right? We know about that narrative. So I want to talk about how what we are discussing at this very moment as a community, for the people here in chambers, for people that are on Zoom, for people that will catch up on social media later, is that we are at a moment where we have an opportunity as a city to not be obstructionist, to not get stuck with the past, and to look at how do we open doors for people. And this is a perfect example. I have no doubt that both Jenny and Israel will be able to sit in these seats, and if there are votes that are a conflict of interest because they pertain to their employer, and specifically the school department, they will abstain. I did it for 6 years in that chair when there was anything around Holyoke Community College. Gladys Lebron did it when anything came up about Career Point. Joe McGivern did it when anything came up about courts. So it is possible and it is necessary. The other piece that I want to mention is that it's very interesting that as a counselor, I actually sat right there, and there was a conversation in these chambers about voting to make a counselor a special employee so that he could be on the council and narrate football games at Holyoke High School and receive compensation. That was bending the rules, right? I think it's interesting that in our charter, it talks about, and maybe I'll be corrected if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that there's something in the charter regarding if you want to run for mayor, you have to have certain time of residency in the city. And in the past, someone ran for mayor and they didn't have that time, but that was bypassed. So I could stand at this microphone and give examples of many scenarios where maybe not the rules were bent, but they were re-looked at. So here you all have an opportunity, if you approve and sign on and vote in favor of Councilor McGee's order, to make things right, and make it right because you are sending a message that you want the city of Holyoke to be inclusive, that you want the voices to represent the people who showed up and voted and made that man the second top vote getter for the city council at large here in Holyoke. And it's not about who won the election, who didn't. Why are we talking about this now? It's that once again, here is an opportunity to show what the real value is of having diverse voices in these chambers, because being on that side of the railing is very different than being on this side. But I trust that both of these individuals who are being challenged at this time to be able to have this role, I trust that they will use their best judgment, and I trust that when they need to abstain, they will, but they need to be allowed to serve because it's what's right. Thank you.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak, just come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record.
Jesse Castellano, 426 Maple Street, here in Holyoke. Obviously, my mother is Jenny, and I grew up with Israel, Coach Murphy. I just want to touch on a couple points that Kevin Jourdain made. He made it clear that he doesn't have a vote here, so his is opinion just like mine. And back when he did have say, he lost. So I just hope that you listen to the people, because the people have spoken. We voted clearly. And back then, when Donnie got elected and they allowed him, he was against it. So he was consistently losing. He didn't win then, and I hope that you guys do the right thing as well. Thank you.
Any other speakers? It seems we do have some participants who are online and wish to enter public comment. Just again, if you are online, you can raise your hand and we will have our administrative assistant, Jeffrey Anderson Burgos, call on you to enter into public comment. Once you're recognized, you'll state your name and address for the record.
All right, we have Lynn Horan.
Lynn, we're recognizing you, and if you don't mind, just state your name and address for the record.
Lynn, you have the floor.
Lynn, you have the floor. You have it? You got it, Lynn?
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Lynn Horan, 100 Southampton Road in Holyoke. I first of all want to say thank you to, well, first of all, it's kind of sad to see Rebecca up there knowing that we're going to lose one of our best parliamentarians, clearly, since we're discussing rules and law tonight and ordinances. I also want to say thank you to Todd for his comments, as well as putting forth this ordinance change. I have a very deep-seated interest in preventing corruption in government. And definitely would agree it's something we have to watch out for. But it also should be done with common sense. And yes, Kevin Jourdain has said consistency. So I wanted to say that one of the things that concerns me about this specific issue happening is the timing. I understand where there can be conflict of power in all sorts of ways. Most of us work other jobs when we come in to work or volunteer for the city. My husband, for instance, works for as a forest ecologist for the federal government, but he volunteers his time for the Conservation Commission and other things for free. There is not a conflict there. His employees know it. The rest of it, actually, he was hired or appointed largely because of his expertise. So there are times when we actually need that business expertise. But what I want to get to quickly, and I hope I will be given time, I don't expect that I'll be fortunate enough to be given the 9 minutes that another public member, Kevin Jourdain, was given, but I hope he will give me a little bit of time here. What I'm most concerned about is the timing of this. Why this happened now. We heard from Jenny Rivera what we all knew already, that Kevin Jourdain, speaking of good parliamentarians, certainly know what the rules were. Why did he not say anything to her about it then? Why did he not caution her or prepare her in any sense of the way? Why did this come up now? When we look at conflict of interest, we have to not just think about profit possibility, but also power. And if there's anybody who may have reason to benefit, I believe it is the person who is bringing up the most negative aspect of this right now, and that is Kevin Jourdain. And I would ask him again, if this conflict of interest is as important to him as I know it is to myself, then why, if you're worried about the way that power structures can be manipulated with these kind of potentials for conflict, then why is it that you supported a mayoral candidate who sat on our city council, who works in the development business and sat on the Development Governmental Relations Committee, making decisions and putting input. I didn't have a problem with that then. So I would like to see consistency. I would like to see some common sense. I'm glad we're having this discussion, though I really feel for the pain that these two people and all of our community, a great portion of it, are being unnecessarily put through by such dramatics in the way it was presented. I hope through Todd McGee and some other finer, more stable thinking committee and counselors that we can have a little bit more of some less drama and more common sense to work out an issue that is important and start thinking about using common sense in specific circumstances as we have before. Yes, Kevin, I want to see consistency too. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Madam Chair, again, I asked, I said, we have basic rules of order. You're now my name keeps getting mentioned, which is fine as long as it's, but they're asking accusatory statements about another member of the body.
Jourdain, I will note that they're referencing the comments that you made as part of the public commentary tonight, and anyone speaking could be referred to. It's not a matter of, your position. It's comments that you made that are being referenced here and now. So I don't believe that they are a violation of our rules. We'll have the next.
What about the statement about Mr. Sullivan?
Point of order.
No names were used. You're now talking about Mr. Sullivan. You're out of order. Thank you.
Candidate for mayor? Okay. All right. You don't have to be Scooby-Doo to figure out who that was.
No, but this is what our rules do. And this is how we comply with our rules.
Okay.
We don't use the names, but we can say the ward or the candidate.
The candidate that ran for mayor who's a member of the city council.
That is allowed.
All right.
Thank you. We're going on to the next speaker.
We have Guy O'Donnell.
Guy O'Donnell, name and address for the record, please.
Hello. Guy O'Donnell. And my address is 367 Applemont Highway. All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. So I'm here to speak in favor of McGee's proposal as well, to allow these two councilors to serve, because it is important to our democracy to make sure that we are allowing everyone who is running and getting elected to serve, and that we are not narrowing that pool. And I say so more specifically as a parent of two Holyoke public school children. That the people who work at our schools, the teachers and the staff, are great people who have decided to serve this community and our students and make it a better place. This is not a conflict of interest. These are not people that we should be barring from running for office. These are the exact people that we want to run for office. And I find it really disheartening that this effort is underway, or that this was even here in the first place to stop these people from running. And it is not lost on me, and it should not be lost on anyone, that we are talking about two members of a historically underrepresented community here in Holyoke that are now being at the center of this debate. So I hope that we can get this passed, and I hope that we will not be overturning the will of the voters in this instance. And thank you for your time tonight. All right. Good night. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We had David T.
David T, name and address for the record, please.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me, David Tabor, 156 Suffolk Street. I'm a big fan of brevity because I'm pretty lazy. First, want to say I think what I heard from both councilors-elect Rivera in their comments this evening is that they're planning to serve in the positions they were elected to, regardless of what happens with this proposal. If I misunderstood that, then it's obviously understandable why they would make a different choice. But you know, I voted for both of them, and either way, I'm like so proud to have voted for both of them, and really appreciate their commitment to service, and they're taking on this work. Overall, I really was surprised, as some folks know, by how clean this election season was. What an issues focused election we had. There were no October surprises. Apparently there was well, skip that. You know, without speaking to anyone's motives, you know, I know that, you know, some of the councilors-elect who have spoken on this issue, you know, I don't pay a ton of attention, but I've paid enough attention to know that they have a history of enthusiasm for accruing authority and discretion to city council. So certainly, you know, making this ordinance change would be in line with that. You know, and I think that, like, for the current city council, this is the choice before you is one for the currently sitting city council, for your legacy to be ignominy or valor, right? Making the decision to uphold the choice that the electorate made, and you know, remove any obstacles to seating the council that was elected. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Kristen Sykes.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can. Name and address for the record, please.
Super. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kristen Sykes, and I live at 280 West Franklin Street. And I'm joining the chorus of folks speaking in favor of Councilor McGee's ordinance amendment. As has been mentioned, Councilor-elect Israel Rivera was the second highest vote getter, and was only 19 votes away from being the top vote getter. Ward 1, Councilor-elect Jenny Rivera was voted in by a large margin, a huge margin, in fact, in Ward 1, and both councilor-elects should rightfully take their places on the Holyoke City Council in January 2022. I agree with many who have said that this ordinance is an overreach, being used to not allow 2 new councilors to be a part of the city councilor. And I wholeheartedly agree with City Councilor-elect Molinado that the efforts to uphold this current ordinance are a continuation of systemic racism. And quite frankly, I'm appalled by the efforts of some city councilor-elects to uphold their white privilege. This ordinance should be amended, and in January 22nd, Councilor-elects Israel Rivera and Jenny Rivera should be sworn in to bring much needed representation to the city of Holyoke. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next speaker.
We have Nev Capron.
Oh, hi. My name is actually Nancy Capron, and I live at 72 Congress Avenue, apartment 1L. And first, let me say that it's going to be a great loss to the City Council to lose Rebecca Leasy. As Rebecca knows, I find her more conservative than I, and I don't always agree with her, but the intellect and the talent and the skill is impressive, right? Just really impressive. So, I was going to start out in left field and then bring it in, but just let me start. I'll try to just keep it here in Holyoke. So, I had heard through sort of the gossip mill that somebody that was a candidate for city council who understood this ordinance was going to allow the election to play out, and then afterwards, if city employees were elected, they would seek to have them removed so that the city council could appoint its own, the chosen people. They get to choose, and to some extent, the replacements, right? And ideologically, I'm way to the left, and this concerned me. And the next thing I did was totally based on my ideology, which is I called the State Ethics Commission on a Saturday, and I left a note. I left a message, and I outlined what I'd heard. And then somebody called me and said, "Why don't you let this go and let it play out?" Because the left thinks that they have a way around it, which they do. When you read the city solicitor's letter, there are a couple ways around this. And so I did let it go until I got a call from the Ethics Committee on a Wednesday, and they said they weren't going to comment on the sort of Game of Thrones, I like to call it, but they would tell me that our ordinance was constitutional. They didn't use that word, but they explained our ordinance can be more restrictive, but not less restrictive, right? And so the next morning, I got up and I went to see Mayor Murphy. And I always talk about being a socialist. I'm a lazy socialist. I've never read anything, but recently JR gave me something to read, and it talks about the ideal of democracy in socialism and communism. They're highly democratic, and they've never really been implied on the planet, really. And that's who I am. I highly believe in the sanctity of the process, right? That in a city full of, I'm poor, so I see it through my lens, but a city in which some people are poor, and a lot of people are BIPOC, that not being transparent. And from what I had heard, both of the elect people knew and had conversations with people about this ordinance, right? The two that are in question, right? We're not going to name names. And I felt that the ultimate disenfranchisement would be to allow people to vote without knowing the whole story, right? In hopes that the liberals would win, the progressives would win, and that this would all come out in the wash, right? So I did it. I'm ideologically to the left. I told Terry, I said, this isn't in my best interest politically, but it's in the interest of poor folks and folks of color in the city to have people's vote count. And I can't imagine anything worse than stealing people's votes, right? And that's who I am, right? Mayor Murphy didn't get up one morning and think, I'm going to do something naughty. I came down. I came down because I believe in democracy. I believe in representation. I believe that our votes are sacred. It's our one chance to voice who we are and what we think and how we feel as a people. And I wanted the solicitor to make a ruling before the election because I wanted an informed populace. And that's who I am. And I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If Laurie Solomon.
Lori, your name and address for the record?
Laurie Solomon, 192 Walnut Street. I would also, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thanks for the opportunity specifically to speak from home, as I'm immune suppressed and it's not comfortable for me to be in public places. I also am in favor of McGee's proposal, and I have two thoughts about it. First, the hyperbole around city employees' conflict of interest is galling. There are movies made about business people who get sweetheart deals for their friends as business people on city councils. So this is not just something that can happen for city employees. The other thing is to so vehemently support a law or a rule that is more than 100 years old and would not have considered more than 50% of the people who live in Holyoke as voters or as citizens. It's outrageous. So to me, for both reasons, the systemic racism to support that rule that's so old that most people wouldn't be citizens, and that only city employees are capable of a conflict of interest, mean to me that this proposal for the change in ordinance is incredibly important and in the best interest of the city. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Mimi Panich.
Thank you very much. Mimi Panich, 134 Madison Avenue. And I too would like to start out by thanking my ward councilor, Mr. McGee, for bringing forward this order. And just a couple of points. I am hearing a certain amount of confusion around what's an ordinance and what's a provision of our charter. Chapter 23 of our charter does restrict some city officers from being members of the city council. I think the most natural reading of the provision does say officers of the city, not just any employee of the city. So it would prevent the chief of police, for instance, from simultaneously serving as a city councilor. And when you look at the whole structure of our charter, it's clear that at least part of that is a very deliberate, different, and separation of powers between the executive branch and the legislative branch. But at any rate, Chapter 23 will indeed stay if this ordinance provision is struck down. And I don't think that's a problem. I think that it strikes a reasonable, appropriate balance between ethics and separation of powers, and should not operate to bar either Ms. Rivera or Mr. Rivera from taking their seats in January. What would bar them is this very new 2017 ethics rule. It is in our ordinance. It is not a charter provision. It appears to restrict eligibility from office for people who would be eligible to serve under our charter, which I find very problematic. So I very much hope that you all vote to repeal it. It serves no useful purpose. It has nothing to do with conflicts of interest that doesn't also apply to business people, as other people have pointed out. But also, whatever went into enacting this rule in 2017, I think experience of the city now shows that it is inappropriate. It acts to bar people of a financial status such that they cannot readily just say, fine, I'm going to quit my job and be a city councilor. It operates to restrict half of our population. We are definitely talking about 2 city councilors of color. And it operates to restrict voters' choice of who they want representing them. These are voices that are not traditionally elected to the city council and haven't been, in part because by quite deliberate design, as it turns out, we set up our city council many years ago so that Ward 7 would always control its ability to elect the majority of the at-large councilors. But all of the city should be represented. And a rule that continues to privilege the better off and the paler of skin is not doing the city any service now. We didn't necessarily know when we enacted this rule that this was what was going to happen, but it's happening now, and it should not persist. It will be a scandal, it will be an embarrassment to the city, and I very much hope you all just make it go away before January 1st. And I will leave it there, except to add to the sorrow expressed by others at losing you, Chairperson Lisi. It's been a pleasure to have you, and I hope we'll see you back.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Aaron.
Aaron, name and address for the record.
Is that Aaron Brunel?
I just want to make sure I'm not talking out of turn, so I'm going to assume that's me because I'm suddenly unmuted. So thank you. I'm Erin Brunel. I live at 44 Norwood Terrace. I have the privilege to represent the school board as an elected member at large for the city of Holyoke. I have so many concerns with this argument that was raised against the two counselors-elect. As a school committee representative, I look at this from the view of what role does a Holyoke public school employee have that could possibly be any valid, grotesque conflict of interest. I could understand if it was the superintendent themselves running for city council, which is why the charter mentions department heads. So even that reference point of, oh, could we imagine the department head of the DPW on the city council? No, I couldn't, and that's reasonable. These two folks have no say in the school committee, or sorry, the school department budget. The city council themselves approves a city budget within which a line item is dedicated to the school budget. None of these individuals answer to anybody that is even currently employed by the city of Holyoke, because being that we are under state receivership, the receiver was decided by the state. Sure, the paycheck may come from the city of Holyoke, but let's be real. These two individuals, or any school employee, have no say in how the schools are run, how the funds are delegated. They don't speak at school committee meetings. They literally have no role where I could see a conflict of interest. Both have agreed to abstain from any votes having to do with the school department. So I just think that these points are so grotesquely overreaching that it is, to Mimi's word, embarrassing for this city. And then to put on a face and act like you want a counselor to get elected to just stab them in the back is so sad. But I won't get into that. Main point is, a Holyoke public school employee could be a janitor. Do you think a janitor has a conflict of interest with what the school or the city council is voting on? There are many employees for the Holyoke public schools, and it would be a crying shame for either of these individuals to need to resign from doing what they see as a calling to serve the children of Holyoke. It would be a shame for them to feel the need to resign in order to honor their elected positions. They should absolutely be allowed to do both. These are not department heads. These are not decision makers. I support Councilor McGee's order, and I hope that the council does the right thing. Thanks for letting us have the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Nairobi Rosa Soriano.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nairobi Rosa Soriano. I live at 7 Valley Heights.
I am in favor of McGee's proposal. My ward city councilor, thank you for putting this through. I just wanted to mention that there is, based on a lot of the community work that I do, as you all know me, probably, I work for One Holyoke. I'm the director of community engagement. Aside from my job, I like to engage my community. I like to teach my residents what it is to engage civically. And these are two great people that have been a part of the community, that go out and they help, they support, and they were voted in. And I am ashamed if I hear that they will not be allowed to serve, because it would be very shameful for two people that have been out there in the community, Izzy, Jenny, supporting all the residents of the community, to be able to represent them and have gone above and beyond to do so. So these are two great people that give back to the community. They get involved, they engage. Why wouldn't we want them to be on the city council? Why wouldn't we want school employees to be on the city councils? They are going to represent best, because they're going to know what's best for our community and for our residents and for their children. I hope that the council makes the right decision and allows them to serve and not have to leave their job. That would be very sad. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Helene Edel. Name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Helene Busby. My Zoom has a different name, so I apologize for that. And I'm at 90 Brookline Avenue in Holyoke. I'm speaking in favor of the proposal tonight to rescind that ordinance from 2017. And I don't really want to rehash things people have said, because I feel like folks have really spoken in really beautiful and moving ways about issues from democracy and community and representation. And but I do want to say that I really see this as an issue and a problem because of how incredibly important it is that the Holyoke Public Schools have really been making an effort to, recruit some of the great leadership in the community, and have, a lot of different folks who really live in this community. And I see in my own child's school how much of a difference that is, to have folks from the community who are leaders, who have dedicated themselves to the youth, really present in the schools. And so there's the conflict of interest issue, of course, but then there's also the fact that having counselors who are really close to families and to parents, just in the community, that are accessible and known, and also through other community work, is just such an incredible asset to the council. And that's why people voted for them overwhelmingly. So I want to say that, and just how much I am hopeful that this is rescinded. I don't. I think that there's been things said about the charter, and that will kind of come out, but I do see that the opinion from the solicitor does not say that the charter can be interpreted, that the city council is the one who interprets the charter and what it means. The language is not the clearest, and that might be something to be dealt with, but I think that it's perfectly, if this ordinance is gone, it should be perfectly reasonable to have both serving, and their decision to give up their salaries because they care so much. The city council salary is that is really also very moving, to have people that committed to their community. So that's all I want to say tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public, either in the chambers or online, that wish to be recognized on this issue? See somebody coming to the microphone. Just name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Chanel Castellano, and 56 Mosier Street in Holyoke. So, Jenny is my mom, and she's my role model, along with a lot of women in this community. So she was told she's gonna learn. No, you're gonna learn. She's not gonna give up, and I'm gonna stand right by her. We're gonna do this together. I hope you guys all give her the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in, oh, I see. Go ahead, name and address for the record.
My name is Terry Gibson. I'm at 20 Oakwood Avenue. I just sat and listened to everyone here in the chambers, and I am in agreement that representation matters here in Holyoke, and that this is an overreach, and that we are not married to any law that's written down if it does not serve the people. I don't have any law degree, but in the work that I have done with policy, we would ask a very simple question. Does this policy create equity? And if it does not, then we amend it. Then we create equity. And so I appreciate Councilor McGee bringing this up and recognizing that this does not create equity. And he is working towards that. The final note that I have is that this is very interesting. At a moment when institutional and structural knowledge could be used to elevate and assist folks who have never served in office, never served in public office before, to use your institutional and structural knowledge to destroy them before they actually have a chance to serve is shameful. And so I stand in favor of this amendment. That's it.
Thank you. Is there another member of the public who wishes to be recognized?
I would like to. After you, John. Go for it.
Hello, my name is John Rivera, otherwise known as JR, and I live on 2 Laurel, apartment number 3, here in Holyoke. Probably one of the youngest here, other than my colleagues on the left. But I don't really want to rehash a lot of the issues or a lot of the topics that were brought up today. And I also don't want to bring up the history lessons of the past because we all know them very well, and we're all older folk, I'd like to think, and we know the history of the past. This section, or rule or whatever, was born in the 19th century. I mean, Puerto Ricans weren't even citizens back then. We weren't even allowed to drape our flag anywhere in the United States until the 1950s. So we know that racism was very well and alive back then, and it is today institutionally within legality, within our laws, our rules, our ordinances. And like my colleague Terry said, if there's anything that is not equitable about this, we should take a look at it. We should amend it. We should figure out a way of making it equitable, a way of making the voters' will presented. I mean, we're all here today. I don't see anybody here opposed in the audience against our newly elected candidates to be in these positions. There's only a couple of voices, and from my perspective, it sounds like the voters are for I think it's 6A. To be amended, and I really hope that we can just start the decade off right. I mean, why all this nonsense? This is just a circus of hypocrisy. We've seen this all year, within the last year. That's why so many ran, because they were fed up with what was going on in city council chambers. That's why I sat here all this year in various meetings. I mean, I sat in ordinance meetings where there was probably like 2 people. And I sat through those meetings to figure out what was going on in these chambers. And the public really wants to know. And now that they know what's going on in these chambers, and now that they know what will go on in these chambers, they're going to show up. They're going to voice themselves. And many councilors might want to call for order on the audience for showing support, for many people showing up to public comment. I think it's a tough thing to do, to grab all your ideas. I don't think it's anything out of the order to snap your fingers, to applaud your fellow gentleman or gentlewoman or gentle person, to go out and speak upon the values and morals, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing out of the order of that. And those who might argue, debate about it, you're just wasting your own time. I mean, you're wasting all of our time. This is what this all is, a big waste of time. I mean, we could be working together, but instead, what are we doing? We're working against each other. This has happened for far too long. There is friendly debate, there is friendly discourse, but then there is just plain wrong sabotage. I mean, we're talking about some candidates and some council folk are for these age-old laws, ordinance, rules, et cetera. But yet, some of them supported insurrectionists on January 6th. So, what's with it? I mean, the hypocrisy is just out of control. And this even goes on to, this parallels on to public health. We have various city councils here, various city councilors and candidates who are for public health initiatives, yet I'm seeing a lot of these folk here not wearing masks. The pandemic is still going on. Numbers are rising. And we're here voicing our opinions in person, respectfully, and hypocrisy is just being sprayed left and right on various issues that are, conflictual at heart. They like to say that, well, I was elected here, therefore I voice for the people. But there's a point where, you can code switch on the campaign run and tell people what they want to hear, versus when you get in there and you sideball all that stuff that you said on your campaign run. As we saw within the evidence provided by our newly elected Ward 1 city councilor. With that evidence, it shows.
Mr. Rivera, do you want to start wrapping up these points, because we're starting to veer off of the actual topic of the ordinance change?
Sure, I'll take just 45 more seconds left, if I may. So with that being said, I advise you to listen to the will of the voters. We're all here. We'll all continue to show up. Again, I've never seen an ordinance meeting with so many people. This is nuts. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you all have a great night and happy holidays.
Thank you. And I believe that Councilor-elect Murphy Roboletti wanted to be recognized, and then we'll bring it back to the Ordinance Committee.
We have two more people in line from the audience.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Rodriguez, 193 Brown. I just want to say I'm a lifelong resident of Holyoke. I've been into politics as long as I can remember. I'm a good friend of Jenny's. Izzy went to school and is good friends with my kids. I just wanted to remind Kevin Jordan that 54% of the citizens voted. And you're going against democracy, and that's not cool. You got to remember, in 2 years, we vote again. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker?
Hi, my name is Michaela Esklin. I live at 25 Willow Street. I'm 17 years old, so I think I'm probably the youngest one here. But I am Israel Vera's eldest daughter. I just wanted to say that we fought for this really hard. Our family, last year and this year. I just want to say how deeply sad, disappointed that I am to know that we got there, we did this together, and now it's being taken away. Now it's like this debate of what's gonna happen. And I'm really just like confused at why is this such a, you know, a debate? Why is it going on? Because like Izzy and Jenny are that's they're part of our community. They are the future. Like I remember going to school and going to my friends and be like, we did it, we got it, we got on city council, and everybody was so happy. We're like, finally, we did it. And then now I'm texting them being like, wait, I have to go to this meeting now. Like something's going on, and they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, now people are saying we can't be on city council. And it was so shocking to be like, so had this moment of joy, this final moment of, yes, we did it, all together, we did it. And then it's now like, no, what's that about? But I just really want you guys to really think, like, in your hearts, like, we did this together. Why is it being taken away now? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. If there's no other members of the public, then Councilor-elect Murphy Romboletti, you're being recognized.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all. I wanted to just point out two very brief points. What I think is worth noting is that our legal department has essentially described what others are referring to, you know, Section 23, as the end-all, be-all of this discussion. Our legal department has explained that in Section 23, the definition of officer is arguably among one of the most confusing terms in our charter. And I think that's really important to remember as we have this discussion, because I can appreciate the original intent of this ordinance. I am one of the few here in this room who has ever actually worked for the city as a full-time city employee at City Hall. And so I can tell you that most of the people who work here at City Hall are not doing it for the money. And I'll also say that I've heard others tonight who have argued that it's very easy to give someone a raise if they're in a position of power. As a city employee who worked here for 5 years and made the same amount of money with no cost of living adjustments, I can promise you it is very challenging to get a raise here. So I just really wanted to draw attention to that. But also, you know, if the law department is saying that this Section 23, which others have referenced as just the end-all, be-all, if the law department has said that this is the most confusing when it relates to our charter, if there's ambiguity, if there's confusion over that, we shouldn't be trying to enforce this as it's written. We should be trying to figure out ways to essentially incorporate the reality of our society, of our population, and the will of the voters. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here because we care about this community. There's no disagreement on that. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge that this council is finally representative of our community. And we should just essentially, in my opinion, eliminate this clause, move on, and do work. Like, that is why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee that wish to be recognized?
Yes, Chair Lisi, I would like to be recognized.
Councilor Bacon, thank you.
So I was named by one of our counselors-elect, and so I'm going to share with you my perception of her description. So I was on my way to a wake for a coworker, Carmen Almodovar, and I was aware of this meet and greet down at the train station. So I wanted to stop in to see. It was with Jenny and Mike Sullivan. And at that time, I did have the opportunity to meet Jenny. I didn't know her, I'd never met her before, but I really had very little opportunity to speak with her at any length because I was on my way to this other matter. And I'm sure I wished her well in her campaign because Why wouldn't I? My general knowledge during the campaign was that she was aware of the rule and that she had made statements to the mayor candidate at the time, one of them, that if she did win, she would leave the job at the school because it wasn't a big deal to her and it wasn't a particularly job that she, I don't know how much money she was making, but my perception was that if she got elected, she wasn't that wed to the position and that she would leave it. So that was my general understanding. I never had a conversation with her about it, and I felt like if she knew it, then the people she was close to probably knew it too. So to me, in looking at this law, I'm looking at it from the process point of view and where in the process of the election that we're looking to change the law. Now, I'm the chair of Charter and Rules, and there have been some orders filed to change how certain officers in the city are assigned. For example, there's an order in my committee to change the treasurer's position from being elected to being appointed. So that order was taken up, but when we took it up, we were already into the election season. And our council president sits on that committee as well as some others, including finance. And that committee decided to table the matter because it was during the election season, and that if it was properly going to be taken up, we would take it up after the election. So I see changing a law that we put into effect in 2017 in the middle of a process in that same way. And I hear the arguments on the people being voted in. I have no argument that the people have been voted in. And as I've already said in public at the city council meeting, there were 3 people that were considered, and there may be more that I am not aware of because I don't even know the employment of all of the councilor-elects. But there were 3 people who were in a situation where they had to stop doing something if they wanted to serve on the council, and that was Jenny Rivera, Israel Rivera, and Kevin Jourdain, because he was sitting on a commission that gets paid. Now, granted, some people, I have no idea how much people are making in the various things, and yes, stipends for commissions are less than a full-time job, granted. But nonetheless, they're all considered an employment relationship with the city. So, as a legal matter, when the city council approves an ordinance is a law in the city. It's not a suggestion or an opinion. It's something that the full council debates, discusses, and votes on. In the case of the law that was established in 2017, at one time the full council voted on it in favor because of the inherent conflicts relative to being an employee and answering to a person of authority while trying to serve on the council and represent the people that vote you in. So from my perspective, I'd be totally happy for the people to serve. I'm not against them serving, but they are in a situation where they need to make a choice. And I can only say for myself that it was my understanding they were aware of the choice. And that may be incorrect, but that was what I operated on. And so, for me, if we want to change our laws, we should change them when it doesn't have a weighted effect. So what some people are saying is, if you had changed this law before the election, I would have run for city council. So, I mean, this is also a matter of equal opportunity. If we change a law, we should be changing it at a time where all of the city employees could run, if that is the will of the body. I don't think it's a good idea. I think the law that we made in 2017, the city council overrode a veto by the mayor on this matter. I think it was a 13-2 vote at the time, because it was seen as a good government law, not as a exclusionary law, as a fair law, so that people sitting representing the people wouldn't be swayed by their boss or somebody else on a matter in the chambers. So that was the spirit with which the law was made, and I do hear and the opinions and the perspectives that have been shared tonight, and I respect them. But the basis for which it was written was what I've said, to try to make it an equitable and as conflict-free situation as we could. And I would just note that other communities that we look to often as a gateway city on the one hand to Lawrence, and as a neighboring city on the other hand to Northampton, have the exact same ordinance that we do. And I don't think their ordinance is set to keep people out any more than I believe when we passed ours, that was our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
First of all, I want to apologize to all my people out there. I'm not feeling well, obviously. That's why I've kept my camera off. Wow. A lot has been shared. And I don't know where to begin, but in the sake of time, I'll try my best. So here comes Wani Come Lately. So, a lot has been said in public hearing. I've heard many stories, many comments, passionate, and you can actually hear some of the people who were speaking that they were crying there. It was very emotional. So, look how this is all happening. We have a ton of passionate people, all walks, from every corner of the city. And only one of the public speakers, and I won't use your name, oh my God, God forbid, I won't use your name. Only one came to fight what we're trying to correct. Only one. Gee, I'm gonna leave that on everyone's plate so that you can digest it for a minute and see where this is coming from, right? A position of power, overreach, control, plain and simple. You don't have to be smart to know that you're being played. And you're playing with this big community that has risen up. And they're showing up in numbers, and they will continue to show up in numbers. Now, I do want to mention the fact that, so that people are not confused, that the ordinance that we're trying to strike, the language in which we're trying to strike, it is not 100 years old. It was drafted and passed in 2017, and it's not 100 years old. But you know what is 100 years old? Women's rights, fair labor standards, segregation, voting rights for discrimination, all of those things are around 100 years old. But see how that changed? You notice how that changed? Because it's called progress. It's called changing with the will of the people. We serve the people. And if you get elected and your first stance is to block what the people chose, to represent them, that says a lot about you. And that's a lot coming from Wani Come Lately. Okay? So, you also want to go on physical watchdog, fiscal watchdog, fiscal watchdog. Well, guess what, fiscal watchdog? We're gonna save the city $20,000.
Are we gonna follow the rules?
Can we have order?
You know, again.
We have to let the people speak. This is the city council.
But you're not supposed to be going.
Well, he didn't say your name just because he said fiscal watchdog.
Madam Chair, come on, don't insult
I'm
people's
sorry, did I
intelligence
strike a
here.
nerve? Did I strike a nerve? The truth hurts, my friend.
Continue, Councilor, continue.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
So there we go. Prove my point.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Let me speak. I have the floor. Respect. If you've been on this city council for 24 years, then you should know better. Okay? So, as
I know the rules. I know the rules, and you apparently don't.
Okay, continue, Councilor Burgos.
Listen, first of all, I'm the chair, so I'm the one that calls order for things that are moving forward and things that are not. So I have called order. I have asked Counselor Anderson Burgos to stay on point, and he has not used any names, and so I'm asking him to continue on and wrap up his point here.
Thank you. So, what we're actually doing is setting things right. And at the same time, we're saving the city money. And we're uplifting a community. And we're giving voices back to the people. I have been elected to make sure that the wrong has made right. This is wrong, and tonight we will make it right. And hopefully, when it goes to the full city council, other city councilors would vote with their heart and do the right thing for the city. Not for the one person that showed up tonight to fight this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other counselors wish to
Madam
be
Chair,
recognized?
I would like to speak.
Counselor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Y lo que quiero decir es que yo respaldo a mis hermanos Israel Rivera y Jenny Rivera, porque el pueblo ha votado y ha hablado. Y esa bandera que está ahí, que está volando toda la noche, puertorriqueña, como si me estuviera dando en el rostro, significa 54% de personas aquí somos latinas y nos tienen que respetar. What I want to say is that I will back up my brothers and sisters, Jenny and Israel Rivera. And 50% of this community, okay, is Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and we have spoken and we have elected, and we are not going to dismantle that. We're not going to be silent, and that Puerto Rican flag right there that has been flying the whole night, as looking at me, means a lot. We are not going to be silenced, okay? And I support and I praise Councilor Todd McGee for doing the right thing. Okay, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been said here, but I do want to say something to the young lady that came to that microphone. 17 years old. What an example are we giving to our youth, okay? In our community. That saddened me. That made me so embarrassed. And I want you to know, young lady, that this is not the way that we do business here. And it is a new body that's going to be in January. And even if I'm stepping down, I'm happy that we're going to have that representation. Things are going to change. Thank you. Gracias, pueblo.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Murphy.
So first of all, and I'm just going to try to give as best explanation as I can and try to go through this as calmly as I can. And as you heard, I did have people, when I was the acting mayor, approach me and ask me to try to get a legal opinion. I tried to get an opinion before the election. It became very complicated, as you can see, and the opinion I got 4 days later, the opinion had been further explained because of the complications of the issue. And it had been brought to me, there were people concerned that if someone got elected and they couldn't serve people should know that ahead of time. And that's what I try to do with the legal opinion. And I know Izzy Rivera when he was 14 years old. And I think he knows, and I know he's had concerns about this, that I was trying to do something personal against him, and I think he, in his heart, he knows I did not do that, and I sure hope he does. Because all I was trying to do was get a clarification as to what was going on. And at first, it looked like it was relatively simple. And the clarification was there doesn't appear to be a problem. About a week later, there was a further clarification. And that, it's a little more confusing, and we're hoping to get a ruling from the State Ethics Commission. And the election came, and then I got additional information. All of this information, I think, is important. In my heart, I've got two issues. Number one, I try to follow the rules, number one, but number two, I also believe in an election process. So, and in this case, they seem to have some conflict in terms of what's going on. But I want to let you know, I want to read some things and ask some questions to the law department, because I think there are a variety of ways here, and we could repeal this ordinance and, in effect, still be a violation of our charter. And that doesn't make sense either, because in effect, we just had an issue the other day. We talked about if we pass an ordinance, but the charter does not get changed, the ordinance is invalid. So if we're going to do this, if we're going to do it, we need to make sure whatever we do gets done right. But I want to just read a few comments that have come to me. And let me also, and I guess this is my old man in me that's just trying to be a peacemaker if I can. We can disagree. We can disagree vehemently. But somewhere down the line, we still got to be able to just talk to each other with a disagreement. And I know there are people that have had major disagreements with me when I was in the mayor's office. I think for the most part, I've tried to respect that disagreement, and I hope I did that. And I just ask that as we go through this process, whatever the outcome, that we try to respect that agreement. But let me just read a few things that have come out. Because I had gotten an opinion on the Friday before I left office. Then I saw the new opinion for last Tuesday. And I asked, so I didn't quite understand what was going on. And this is from the law department, from our city solicitor. We continued talking about this issue on Monday, and specifically about some of the confusing language in the charter, section 23. After pulling the language apart and analyzing it from every direction, we decided to supplement the opinion on what we believe the charter, section 23 says. Because it appears to say that the city councilor cannot have the benefit of having any expenditures appropriated for their own benefit, we decided to get this into the opinion right away so that everyone would understand that it is stated clearly in the ordinance that no employee can also be a city councilor, but that the charter says this too, just not in such a clear way. And then it does mention a few other cities, Woburn being one of them, that has similar charter provisions. And we've been trying to get clarification from some of these other cities and towns as to how they do that. Let me also say, and there are a number of cities that have, and I don't necessarily agree or disagree with the ordinance. It may be an overextension, but I was not here when it happened, so I'm not going to speak to the. I do hear some conflicts and I do hear some concerns. But let me just go to some of the other things that came up in the suggestions from the law department. And I'm just trying to find it. And I'm going to ask this question, if I can, to Attorney Bissonette or Attorney Degnan. So if we don't do anything with this ordinance without changing the charter, let me rephrase, if we repeal the ordinance but we don't change the charter, is there still a prohibition against someone being employed in the city of Holyoke to be on the city council from the charter? That'd be the question number one. Question number two, as I read the opinion, regardless of what we do, there's a potential that the new city council would or could, in the ruling, by majority vote, approve or disapprove of any city council elect that had been challenged. So could I ask for legal discussion on those two issues?
Do we have to make a motion to suspend the rules, Madam Chair?
I think we're probably okay.
We're under suspension of the rules because we've already allowed the public to speak. So under suspension of the rules, I don't know which attorney would be more appropriate here. I think Attorney Bissonnette has been working on this with
I think he
Councilor
helped
Ball.
write the opinion, so. Attorney Bissonnette?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councilor Murphy, good questions as always. First of all, by repealing the ordinance or by striking subsection B, that would eliminate what we have designated as a supplement to the state ethics rules and an expansion of what's involved in Section 23. Section 23, however, standing on its own, does need some attention, if not in its entirety, to be modernized. As noted in the opinion, the language in certain parts of the charter is very difficult by today's standards. For example, the term officers could refer back to only the officer's name in the original charter, or does it include such officers as members of the Conservation Commission, a most recent addition to the charter as of maybe 2007 or so? Are those officers as intended? Are they barred from serving on council in some of these cases? So you're looking at a very similar to the charter I served under. Some say it's almost a duplicate. That has old language for old rules, but sometimes doesn't really address the modern situation. The best course of action would be first to amend the ordinance by striking subsection B. Further to that end, you could amend section 23 of the charter by majority vote, sending a home rule petition to the legislature like any other home rule petition. That would require certainly an act of the legislature. As always, because the charter is nothing else but a special act of the legislature, amended from time to time. It's a statute just for Holyoke, just making law in Holyoke. So those would be two options, Councilor Murphy.
Okay. So let me just, so I'm reading the time frame here. So if the ordinance was repealed, the charter still is valid. At this point, the ruling is, or the explanation, I guess, for lack of a better way, it's a very confusing situation here, is that the ordinance creates an additional thing, but that the actual charter actually does prohibit it as we are interpreting it now, and that we should file an additional charter, or somebody should file an additional charter change and try to get a home rule petition to amend. The other question I had related, am I correct in assuming that this provision, section 23 of the charter, is in fact from 1890 something? Do we know that?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
So we have not had
Section 23 is the original language.
So do we know if any of this was reviewed with the various charter changes that have gone before the citizens in terms of approving amendments or anything like that? Or, and the other question would be, is this something that if we ask for a home rule petition might also require that it be sent to the voters for a determination?
No, with regard to the question of needing a plebiscite, needing a vote of the public to approve this charter change. Because it doesn't change the terms of the council members, no, it would not need to go to the public. This language is, as you can tell by the run-on sentence that it uses, similar to other charter provisions, is exactly the same language, has not been amended since the charter was first passed by the voters. So the way to do this, now that the Home Rule Amendment gives city councils more authority in regard to amending their own charters, this would require the council to take a majority vote to amend. The mayor, whether or not the mayor needs to sign off on this becomes a question of interpretation. We discussed today the fact that the charter also says that the council is the sole judge of its own rules, and that with the exception of the council rules, the mayor can exercise veto power. So there may be a chance that only a majority vote of the council in this situation may be needed. We would, if asked, we would certainly look further into that question.
Okay. So
the other question I think Councilman Murphy you raised was the status as of the new council taking office.
Correct. Yes. Could you do two things?
The status at that point.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Attorney Bissonnette. Sorry.
The charter requires the first act of the body to be the election of its president. So that would be first on the agenda. Traditionally, my understanding is the second act is the adoption of rules. Once that is done, then the body can take up or create its own agenda. Traditionally, it's more of a ceremonial meeting, and then a meeting with a full agenda or whatever orders have been submitted by councilors would then be taken up in the first regular meeting. So at that point, there is the question of can a city employee be sworn? And that's a direct question, which now is can only be answered by having subsection B of the ordinance stricken. That would allow a candidate who's been elected, who is now a city employee, to be sworn. Then the council decides its rules. And at that point, if which has not been changed by a home rule petition adopted by the great general court, that council would then have to start the home rule petition over again, as the court would be, the legislature would be starting a new session. I hope that answers the question. I know it was a bit lengthy, but this is
you got me.
One of the more confusing situations.
Yeah, I'm with
I
you.
think you're going to find.
So let me ask, and I'm just trying to make this so everybody has this clear understanding. So if right now nothing gets changed, and the new city council and the two candidates that were elected get challenged, if I'm reading the opinion correct, the city council via the charter the new city council would be in a position to accept or reject either one of those candidates based on a majority of those that are allowed to vote. Is that correct?
If I may.
This is all pertinent, but yes, you may.
No, I don't think that's correct, based on what we just heard here. So if nothing were changed, according to 2-69, if that was not amended, we would have two ineligible counselor-elects. Only by 2-69. There's a lack of clarity in the ordinance, and we could either this body or the next body file a charter change to clarify the language there, but the ambiguity does not preclude the counselors-elect from taking their seats. If there was a challenge, then I think it takes it a step further, and there would be then a legal challenge, but at the same time, you could offer the home rule petition and narrow and refine the language there. But 2-69, our ordinance is the only thing that precludes the counselors-elect from being sworn in at this moment. The charter does not. It's ambiguous, and it could be used as a challenge, or it could be used to say, hey, there's ambiguous language here, and we want to clarify it. So based on everything that I heard, that's the two different interpretations of how things can move forward if 2-69 is or is not adopted, and then amended, and then from there's an opportunity for a charter rule change and or a challenge to the interpretation that is used to swear in and seat these two counselors-elect.
But if there is a challenge, if I read the opinion correctly, it would be the new city councilors who, by majority vote, would be in a position to decide to accept or reject. Attorney Bissonette, am I correct? And if I'm wrong,
yes,
just tell
the
me
new
I'm wrong.
city council is the one who decides the composition of its membership. I believe the language is the qualifications of its members. So the new city council would have to take a vote to seat the Ward 1 councilor and the at-large councilor if someone chooses to challenge their qualifications to be seated. And that would be a challenge on the basis of their employment.
And just one last question related to the ordinance itself. So if we repeal the ordinance, then can any city employee then become a city councilor? Because we no longer have a provision that prevents someone from being an employee and a city councilor. So we could have a superintendent of the DPW or someone else become a city councilor. Am I correct? I mean, I would like to find a solution.
No, I would say no, because those are officers that are actually specifically called out in the charter. And so they're already precluded in the charter from being seated. So they would not be part of the general city employees. They are defined as officers and then therefore referred to as officers. And that language is clear.
It may be clear to you, Madam Chair, but it's not clear to me. So I'm just asking questions. I'm trying to get a clarification on where we're going with this. And I think those are valid questions. So thank you.
I think that's the most confusing point, is that how far back, thank you, Madam Chair, how far back do you want to relate the term officers? Is it, in constitutional law, we call it original intent, and in charter cases, we look back to the original officers. The chief of police may have been called the local constable in some charters. The city marshal and others, but they all basically fall into that term, original officers. So the question is, again, as I referred earlier, does officers only mean those in the original charter? Are they after added officers such as Conservation Commission, which is the most recent addition in Hoyle? That's a definition that will continue to cause problems over the years. I know it's caused problems in the past. It's referenced 3 or 4 times in the few months I've been on board. And that particular section 23 bears looking at for an amendment sooner rather than later, I would think.
Could I ask one last question?
Go ahead, Council Murphy.
Attorney Bissonette or Attorney Degnan, or a combination thereof, is it possible for you to have before the council what you would recommend in terms of a charter change And if we were to amend the ordinance, but wanted to have specifics in terms of who might be employed but unelectable, if you will, so that we could have something in front of us rather than having become a blank slate. Attorney Bissonette or Attorney Degnan?
I think we'd have drafts for the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That would be great. We'll have to request that, depending on where the votes go. So we should just be mindful of that it would require a vote. The last thing that I think is important, because I think the language is being thrown around here a little bit loosely, but what does it mean if a challenge is presented to the swearing in and seating of these two counselors-elect? Is it that someone raises a complaint, there's a court case that happens, or could you define or explain what that process would look like if there was a challenge?
Well, the challenge would have to come from a member of the new council, who would then make a challenge based on the qualifications of its members as outlined in the charter. In-house, that's really the only place to go if you have a challenge. And unless the rules are suspended by the next council, a member of the public can't make that challenge. It has to be a member of the council. So that's one option. Second option is judicial relief. Someone could file a complaint asking for a temporary restraining order, asking for a judicial interpretation of Rule 23, or of Rule 23 in the subsection B in combination, if that's not repealed or revoked. So there are a number of options, but the sooner this gets resolved, the better, I think, from both the legal standpoint and the procedural standpoint, prior to the next council. I would note that until and unless a new council is sworn, the old council will continue, and that's part of the charter as well. In this case, there is an argument to be made that if council members were not seated, then there would be holdovers. And in that case, I'm unable to tell you how that might be decided for an at-large, and you have a couple of at-large members not returning. Or just frankly, there's not much case law on that one.
Thank you. All right, so I think that based on the conversation that we've... Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. If I could just make a couple of points, and I understand we need to get on with business this evening. As far as the ordinance goes, the Councilor McGee amendment to the ordinance Councilor McGee has introduced, I have no problem with that. And I think but the reasons I think are going to be different than what you've heard this evening. With all due respect to our City Solicitor Lisa Ball, who is not here, Assistant City Solicitor Mike Bissonette, and Assistant City Solicitor Deggan, the interpretation of the ordinance, the charter, and Mass General Law is not going in the correct sequence. And I'll explain that very quickly and tell you where my reasoning is coming from and where my votes will come from. Behind me on the wall is a picture of a gentleman, Jimmy Shea, who was our city clerk for close to 50 years and probably one of the most knowledgeable Hoyokers I ever met in terms of understanding law and understanding government. And over the decades, a lot of things he said to me ring true. And the way law works is we cannot have municipal government without the Commonwealth of Massachusetts general laws allowing us. The most quickest way, that they allow our form of government here in Holyoke is the charter. But a city ordinance, Mr. Shea told me once, cannot supersede the charter. There's an argument that our ordinances can be more restrictive than Mass General Law. I understand that, but they cannot supersede the intent of Mass General Law. The city charter is a connection, a covenant with Mass General Law that allows us to have some home rule in terms of how our form of municipal government here in Holyoke is, and that's important to understand. Mass general law can trump the city charter. It's rare that they will change a law that has an impact on a local charter, but it does happen. To me, interpreting Mass General Law first is what we need to do. Mass General Law is very simple. Municipal employees can hold office if elected. They cannot collect two salaries. And I think that's where we have to start and understand that. The language within our charter is well over 100 years old. Certain language can be changed, as Attorney Bissonette said, with a home rule petition, but anything that involves the electoral process in any municipality, often the legislature and/or the governor will tell us needs to go to the ballot. But I think if you keep it simple and look at Mass General Law first, work your way backwards, we're going to find the answers. So I support the amendment, as Councilor McGee has asked us to the sitting body to do. And more important, we have to get sworn in on inaugural day. After we're sworn in, we can conduct no business until we elect a president. That's clearly in the charter. Once we elect a president, we can then conduct business, and only then can a challenge come forward. And I think by then we should work to resolve the issue of not having to challenge, but having what the voting populace did this past November is seat the people who have been elected. I have respect for the people who have spoke about ethics. I have respect for my former colleague, Councilor Jourdain, and his very passionate positions about what ethics are. But I have respect, Councilor Jourdain. I have respect for Mass General Law and how government needs to take place, and we need to look at Mass General Law first, work our way backwards, and this should work out before Inauguration Day next January. To the members of the Ordinance Committee, I ask you to support this amendment.
Thank you. So again, I think that we have, through the conversation that's transpired here this evening, have a really good understanding of the difference in what our charter states and what our ordinance states. I think, again, the state ethics does not prohibit an individual from holding these two positions, and that's why they were not going to comment on the specifics of our case, because it's an application of our own local ordinances and our local charter, and the state doesn't really have any bearing on those issues. So a couple other points that I want to raise up here are as we heard, the charter has been adopted in 1893. Much has changed since then, and as the makers of law, we have the ability to not only change our local ordinances, but also the charter through the home rule petition. The section 2-69 was a good government's ethics, comprehensive ethics ordinance that we created, and it was very much in reaction to having Mr. Welsh serve on the committee, and he had to recuse or abstain from many votes, and there was definitely a sense that we needed to do something about that. And so there was a theoretical argument that if we wrote the law this way, that we would prevent those conflicts from coming up into the future. And I think that there is merit there in wanting to make sure that there aren't direct conflicts for folks serving on the council that may be pressured by supervisors or other folks that the city council has direct control over. However, to say city employees is very broad, and I think that it puts under its umbrella many quasi-municipal bodies, including the public schools, that the city council does not have direct control over. We don't have hiring or firing authority over them. We don't have line item budget control over them. We don't even have policy control over what they're doing. So to leave in the ordinance the provision that no city employee can simultaneously serve on the city council and hold their city employment is I think a really far overreach. Like there's no opportunity for conflict. And as we saw, if there is such a situation, there's been many cases, even amongst those people that are not employed in city government, that the conflicts come up and you have to abstain and recuse yourself from those votes. So in practice, we've seen that the way that we worded what we wanted to achieve in 2017 is too far overreaching and needs to be reeled in. So I would be supporting the amendment to strike Section B of Section 2.69 of our city ordinance. Yes, I would be in favor of striking it altogether. I will say that it may be something that another council at another time wants to revisit in terms of carving out which specific city employees may have a conflict. And I would definitely support the home rule petition to have the charter language refined, because what may have been clear in 1893 in terms of who officers were is not clear today. And this is something that I think we want to make sure is serving the community and the electorate to the best of our ability, and not narrowing or keeping people out in any way. So if there's no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Well,
So I'll entertain a motion to strike Section B of our Ordinance 2-69.
So moved.
The motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is made and second to strike 2-69 altogether. I'd like to also offer a friendly amendment that we ask legal to draft under Councilor Murphy's recommendation, some home rule petition language to be presented at the next meeting, so that we would have the accompanying rule change, charter rule change, to go with the ordinance that we're looking to adopt this evening.
I would also ask if you would be so kind to also consider that we look at amending the ordinance and coming up with not just a repeal of the ordinance, but a re-examination of the ordinance in terms of where we have conflicts or where we believe we might have conflicts. I would feel much more comfortable doing it that way than just having a blanket removal. So that'd be my request.
Under the amendment, then I would say we should. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for the ordinance language here, and it's back. So I think if there's any concern, it could be simply addressed through saying that no employee of City Hall or the City Hall Annex, because that's really where our employees are. The water department, the G&E, the school department, we do not really have authority over the employees there. We have some board control, but if we're talking about employees, I wouldn't consider them being employees, and I think that's the language that can very specifically be cleaned up with the charter.
Chair Lucy, Linda Bacon.
Councilor Bacon.
That is a very contorted way to try to define who's an employee and who isn't by where they're physically located. I mean, that is just way, it's just a reach too far. I mean,
right, it's not ideal, and I think it's a preference to just strike it altogether, and then you can figure out at some later time how to differentiate, because or you create it the opposite way, and you say that the school department, this section does not apply to the school department, the G&E, the water department.
Well, just to continue on my point, if you have, as an example, people that are employed by the schools sitting on the council voting on building a new school, That right there is a classic conflict. It's a classic, and I mean, there's no two ways around it. So
No, I don't see it as a conflict because there's no direct benefit. In fact, according to the last proposal that we heard regarding the two new middle schools, is that there would be a consolidation of employees and staff. And so we would actually be losing potential positions that could be, according to the conflict of interest concerns, doled out to members of the public or raises being given. So a conflict of interest is very specifically and legally defined as something that gives an individual a direct financial benefit. So I think
Chair Lisi, if I
community members' will to want to build two new schools doesn't go hand in hand with their employment in the public schools.
Can I finish my comment, please? Thank you. So, I had received an opinion from the Ethics Commission relative to making a vote on a nursing home in the past, when we were debating that in council, simply because I worked at a place that owned a nursing home. I didn't even work in the nursing home. And that was said to be a conflict of interest because not only could the place be helped by it, it might be harmed by it. And that was an opinion from the Ethics Commission. So I'm just sharing that for the value that it may have. Thank you.
Sure, so we could have another opinion very specifically drafted for the situation that you're anticipating here. So the motion on the table, I'll just say the motion that has been seconded is that we strike section B of Ordinance 2-69, and we also request a legal form of a home rule petition regarding narrowing the ambiguous charter language around what constitutes an officer. So, on that motion, since it was made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So I'm calling that a 4-1 vote. Is that correct?
With some concerns, yes.
Thank you. So it's a 4-1 vote. This will be forwarded to the City Council for our next full City Council meeting, and there will be some legal language for us to consider, both for the ordinance change and for the home rule petition. Thanks everyone for participating in this discussion. We are now returning to regular order, which is item number 3, filed by Councilor Bacon, which is a public hearing.
Make a motion, we open the public hearing.
It's been So it's been communicated to me by our administrative assistant that the planning board did not properly notice it, so they couldn't open the public hearing. So the suggestion was made that we leave it on the table, but I think properly we might have to open it and continue it, otherwise it's gonna become problematic. So I'll make a motion to take up item 3, open the public hearing and continue it to December 14th at 6:30.
Second.
Well, I'll just say under discussion that because we're not meeting with the planning board, I don't believe it matters at all if we proceed or not. However, I am happy to continue it. I just don't see us continuing it to the 14th because we already have special permit hearings for marijuana companies. We already continued 2 other public hearings. If we want to continue this, again, I'm totally open to the action, but it would need to be moved forward of the 14th. The motion has been made and seconded, however, if there's no amendments, I'll call a vote for continuing to the 14th.
Is there anyone from the public here, though, just in case?
There's no information.
Oh.
It is a public hearing, so we do need to at least open the public hearing and allow anyone from the public to speak, because we have advertised it. We have done our part.
Okay.
And if not, then we'll.
Right, there's no information.
And it doesn't appear, so I'll make a motion.
Is there anyone here to speak on the item number 3, public hearing related to residential zone construction and it constituting 50% living space? I'm not seeing anyone in the gallery. I'm not seeing anyone online, so motion to continue would be in order.
14th.
Second.
And again, I'm recommending that it be continued to a date beyond the 14th. And so if we're looking at December, we could meet on the 28th, but again, we have a new council taking office on the 3rd, so it may make sense to continue it to the 11th of January.
Well, I would ask that we put it on the 14th, and that way, if planning does meet, they can send us over some information pertaining to it. Otherwise, we won't be able to receive it, and then we can just continue it again. It wouldn't take a lot of time.
Motion has been made and seconded to continue to the 14th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None, so moved. So item number 4 is wage theft ordinance. I do know that Attorney Degnan has circulated the legal form for us to consider. And I think that she clarified a number of points that were confusing from previous meeting discussions. So this is an amendment to Chapter 18 of the revised Code of Ordinances. It's in legal form for us to review, and it is, I can't say redlined because it's not red, but there are the strikeouts so that you could see the revisions that were made there.
So Chair Lisi?
Councilor Bacon.
So I received a request from the public, one of the associations that looks over things relative to business and the implications on it. And I just received the legal form today. I haven't even had a chance to read it. And they're asking for time to be able to see it and have an opportunity to address it. So they're asking for time, and I'd like time to look it over more specifically myself.
Yeah. I also just got it today.
Sure. I think that's fair because we did just receive this today. So which was the association that you were in touch with?
Hang on a second. I think it was taxpayers.
Oh, the Taxpayers Association? Okay. So, that's fine. I don't mind.
So I'll make a motion that we table it to have an opportunity to look it over and have people give us feedback. And I don't know where you want to go with it.
Yeah, I don't mind tabling it, but it'll be on the agenda for the 14th, so our agenda for the 14th is getting, longer.
And if I can, I just also, before we actually table it, I've also received comments from some developers, and their concern was on the potential of applying this on the TIFs and other things. They believe that by doing that, we would actually be putting them in a much more or a much less favorable position in terms of doing this. And when I co-sponsored the order, my goal was to just make sure we paid prevailing wage, that employees were treated fairly, and that, it was the same for everybody. And that's really, and I was looking at it primarily from the aspect of contracts that the city is doing. We're gonna have work done to do this, work done to do that we follow those standards. And I also, I started to, and I'm sorry, Attorney Degnan, I started to go through the 928 and started saying, okay, I'll cut this out, but now I got this brand new one, so I'm gonna have to look at, but I don't wanna be deterring someone from developing, especially people who have done it and have done good work, who are now telling me they think it would make it more expensive to get a TIF, if you will.
So Councilor Murphy, you raised this at the last meeting, and I do want to, I mean, for as long as this point is going to be raised, I'm going to make the point that I think it's a gross misreading to interpret that anyone having a TIF would have to abide by prevailing wage. It's only for city contracts. It is exactly as you stated. We want to make sure that the city and anyone that it contracts with is paying prevailing wage where prevailing wage is applicable. So in the TIF section, it says, if applicable, meaning if you have a city contract for which you have reached that $50,000 or more threshold, which triggers prevailing wage, and you receive a TIF, we want you following the state law that requires you to pay prevailing wage on city contracts above $50,000. I mean, it's very straightforward. So any interpretation that assumes or implies that private contractors receiving TIFs now have to pay prevailing wage it's just a flat out misinterpretation of what the law says and the way that you read legal language. So we could probably go through it in more detail with Attorney Degnan at our next meeting. But I would urge you, anyone that has that concern can reach out to me and I'm happy to clarify it with them, but we have been having these meetings now. This is probably the 5th time that we're meeting on this issue and the same concern is raised, and I keep on saying the same thing. So if there are people with those concerns, I would encourage them to come to the meeting and participate and understand the process and what we're working to create here.
But just so you know, the concern I got was received on November 8th, so I don't think I brought it up before.
Right.
It was brought up at the last meeting because I remember Attorney Degnan speaking to it directly. And you read, I think you read a email from a constituent into the record about that issue. Anyhow, so this is tabled. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Okay, so back to regular order. We are up to item number 5, for which we have a letter from the planning board finally. This public hearing has been closed, so is there a motion to take up item number 5 off the table?
Motion to take up item number 5 off the table.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. So item number 5 is an order that I filed to correct the language in our marijuana, number 1, the site plan review process in section 7.10, 6.5B, and also the reference to table 4.3 of principal uses in 7.10.5.3A. And the recommendation that we received from the planning board reads as followed. This is received on the 18th of November. Please be advised that the planning board at their November 16th meeting discussed the above referenced zoning text change to the zoning ordinance. After considering testimony received at the public hearing and discussions, the board voted unanimously to recommend to the Ordinance Committee that the proposed revisions to the 7.10.5.3 of the zoning ordinance highlighted in red in the attached document be adopted. These changes will correct the inadvertent imposition of a 200-foot buffer for all ME uses from any other use set forth in the table of principal uses that was introduced at the last set of revisions to the Holyoke Cannabis zoning ordinance. It is clear from the legislative history that it was not the council's intent to impose such a buffer when it adopted these revisions. Its imposition has had a serious impact on several cannabis businesses that were at various stages of permitting when the change was made, and unless the error is corrected, it will cause harm to these specific businesses and to Holyoke's reputation as a reliable partner in this growing industry. We are aware that legitimate concerns have been raised about the odors associated with MMEs, and we agree that these concerns must be explored and addressed. We believe, however, that the accidental freeze on further cannabis development created by this drafting error fails to address the actual problem while creating uncertainty and risk for affected businesses. We therefore recommend that the Ordinance Committee and the Council make this technical correction immediately. We further recommend that the appropriate proceedings to explore and address the odor issues and look forward to being of assistance in those proceedings. Sincerely, Chair Kelly. And then they have included draft language for us to consider, which is really the draft language that we had looked at verbatim, line by line in Ordinance Committee that somehow did not get transcribed into the the legal language that was presented to the full City Council. So this is the legal language that we had approved in Ordinance Committee when it was under discussion. It says in terms of location, an MME shall have, we actually put a 200-foot buffer from any. Sorry, this is the what they're saying we need to cut. So we actually said an MME should have a 200-foot buffer from, oh, they put it down here, I see. So they're saying their recommendation is to strike Section A, and they inverted the way that we organized it. So an RMRE shall not be located within 500 feet, so a retail establishment shall not be located within 500 feet of any pre-existing public or private school providing education in pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, or any grades 1 through 12, and any other manufacturing establishment shall not be located within 200 feet of any pre-existing public or private school providing education in the same grades. And then it defines how the 200 feet shall be measured. Is there any discussion from committee members?
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Under A, they're proposing that as language to be put in. We never voted on a zero buffer for anything.
No, we did not vote on a zero buffer.
But that's proposed language that I'm seeing. Isn't it that highlighted language, what they're recommending? Yeah, and we never voted.
It does look like it is the recommendation that they're recommending, and
if we're talking about doing a cleanup, this is a change. So here we go again.
This is what they had recommended to us. And what we had adopted was a 200-foot buffer for any MME. Stop. And then it was for sorry. So an MME shall have a 200-foot buffer from any pre-existing public or private school education in pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, or any grades 1 through 12. That's what our original language said. As voted out of this committee. And then B said an RMRE shall not be located within 500 feet. And the way that the measurements happened was the same. So
A should be stricken.
A should be, I wish I could copy and paste from here, but I can't. So what A should say is location. It says AMME shall not be located within 200 feet. It should say the same thing as B, only it should say MME and 200 feet. I think this is why the confusion happened in the transcribing and creation of the legal form. So I want to say this one more time. So A should read the same as B, only replacing RMRE with MME. And it shall not be located within 200 feet of pre-existing public or private school providing education and so on.
So
would everyone agree with me that that is what we passed out of this committee previously?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Bacon, are you looking to be recognized?
Well, what I'd like to see is the legal form. And I would also like to add something into the record on this matter.
Go ahead.
So I think we all received a further communication from John Aubin today with an attached study relative to the impacts relative to buffers and air quality, et cetera. And I would like that entered into the record as a part of this discussion in the ordinance packet.
I mean, our public hearing is closed on this, so there's no way to make use of it. I mean, I agree, we should make use of it, and another order should be filed, and that's what I had proposed early on in this process, but this public hearing is closed, so we cannot, you know, take new information in.
Yeah, and I believe it was referenced, and this is just the hard copy of it, because he had, in the public hearing, referenced the scientific studies relative to it. So what I would like to put on the table for the committee is that we recommend to the council that we put a brief moratorium on the further special permit approvals for marijuana until we can sort out the implications of all the information that has been brought up to us in the public hearings. It wouldn't be that detrimental to people who have to take time to go through the process anyway, and it would allow the council to take into consideration all the serious health possibilities that have been raised throughout this process. And I mean, we've been very strict in the city relative to smoke and smoking and putting ordinances in place in that regard. And I think we're looking at a serious public health issue potentially here relative to the smells, relative to what is being given off by the manufacturing. So I think it would be a reasonable thing, and we've heard from people who have invested years and years and hundreds of thousands of dollars into the community in the same way as the marijuana developers are. I mean, we've got to find a way where we're not hurting one to help the other. We've really got to step back. We have approved so many permits. When I was chairing this committee, we approved many special permits in this city. I mean, we're almost to the point where we're getting low on warehouse space for new applicants, although I hear we still do have some more. So I would like us to recommend to the council that we take a measured approach on this and really step back and look at it, because things we weren't aware of came up in this process, and I don't think we can pretend we didn't hear them, even though the opinion has been voiced that it's not exactly on point to this technical matter. So I would appreciate if we could forward as a part of whatever else we do tonight, the recommendation to the council relative to a moratorium to look at it. And I'm understanding that planning is looking at this matter quite in depth, and I recall that our director, Aaron Vega, said that they were actively looking at this, and it is becoming recognized as a serious concern throughout the country. So if we could do
and I would absolutely welcome you to file that order. I don't believe that it is under the umbrella of the order that I filed, which is very narrow intentionally to just correct the text change. And so, I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable that we had a lot of turnover in the legal department over the past year. We had a lot of new talent in that office. that is even since, they started, left. And so, given the turnover in the office, I can understand how there was a text change. And I actually see the mistake now that was made and where it came from. And I actually have the draft language from when we were last discussing this. So it really should be easy to pull the legal language forward. I mean, we've all seen the legal language. I'm hoping that we could get it right this time. But the idea that we can use or create a moratorium out of what we discussed through this public hearing doesn't seem appropriate, applicable. And so I absolutely think that the concerns are reasonable. It is a burgeoning industry. Quite frankly, I was under the impression that some members of the committee didn't even care where they went because really they have to get licensed with the state. So while we can permit them to go wherever we want in the city, it doesn't mean that every business that we permit is getting up and running because of the state licensing requirements. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. If you want me to pull up the marijuana updates from back in May, I can do that so that we can see the legal form.
I would like to see the hard copy legal form before I vote on it.
Okay. So let's entertain a motion to draft this into legal form and put it before the city council for a vote at our next meeting.
I'll entertain that motion.
Second.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor to draft into legal form? Aye.
Under comment.
Any opposed?
Under comment.
Under discussion?
Yeah.
Counselor Murphy?
Yeah, just, and again, I'm just going by the order, and I believe this was your order, from ordered that the buffer for all aspects of marijuana manufacturing be reduced from 500 feet to 200 feet. There's no specific in the order in terms of all the other things, so I can see how we ended up with the other concern. But because of all of that, we've also had issues, and I think, and I know, the planning department is working to try to figure out, but we right now, we have no enforcement with odor problems. That's just the reality. And in the special permit process, we might be in a position where we can put some teeth into the odor ordinance, and I think we need to start considering how we do that before we continue to allow special permits. The other aspect of that is, there are certain businesses that would certainly have negative consequences if the odors continue. A restaurant being an example, I would think people living near a cannabis facility that has odor problems would also have concerns. I have had some people talk about health concerns, and I've tried to find out as much as I can, and there are some issues, but they haven't been scientifically validated, if you will. But those concerns, I don't think we can just continue to say, we want you to do this. And I'm not trying to stop you. I would like to be in a position to get as many as possible, but I also want to make sure we do it without negatively impacting other businesses or negatively impacting someone's quality of life in their apartment or their home. So if we can do all of those things, I'm much more inclined, but I do think we need to consider, yes, the schools is certainly something I've been after from the beginning, but I do think we need to consider what other aspects of this that we should put into the ordinance so that we are trying to protect those that have already been here.
Right. But we also have to make sure, if we're asking legal to put it in legal form, that they don't take item A. Because all they have is what we're looking at.
Right. I'm looking for the legal form that we drafted and that left this committee, that we all, again, line by line, looked at in legal form and approved. So I will get that over to the attorneys if they don't have a copy of it. However, I think the vote stands 3-2. That I have a 3-2, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Murphy, that we are drafting this into legal form and presenting it at the next city council meeting. Again, I think all the concerns that you're raising related to odor, or even a moratorium can be explored with different orders, but that is not what this order was intended to do. I have to say, anyone who came forward on the text change with other suggestions for what needed to be do there is really playing inside baseball and is being given an unfair advantage to other members of the community or other business interests even. If we're going to start talking about moratoriums or other sorts of restrictions, and I just think it's outside of the order, and they can be taken up and probably should be taken up with separate orders for discussion.
Can you send to each member of the committee whatever you send to legal, please?
Sure. I'm under the impression that they have it already, but I have it in my inbox somewhere, and I will circulate what we passed out of committee. Making a note to myself here.
Thanks.
Now I lost my place in the agenda because I'm looking at this online.
Item 7.
Thank you. We're up to item number 7, which I believe is filed by Councilor Murphy, and maybe there's a couple that we could take as a package here.
Yep, 7 and 8.
7 and 8 as a package.
7, 8, and 9, actually.
7, 8, and 9, I'll second that.
They're all related.
Thank
to
you.
similar type things, so.
Motion has been made and seconded to take up items number 7, 8, and 9 as a package. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. So these are 3 orders related to the off-highway vehicles, and I believe that we asked for legal form because there were a lot of particulars here. I don't know if I've seen the legal form for these.
We don't have it.
I'm looking through the package that we received.
No, I haven't received it either, but if I can, in terms of comments, Springfield just passed the gas ordinance prohibiting gas. New Haven and Hartford have had it for, I think one's had it for 6 years, one's had it for 7 years, and they've had no concerns. I think Springfield's fine. I think the first one was a warning to the gas station. The second one was a $100 fine. Hartford and New Haven have hardly ever had to give out any fines. It's pretty much moved the vehicles, or at least fueling up those vehicles out of their cities. And that's the goal here. I know Chicopee has filed the same ordinance, and I'm hoping that, Attorney Degnan, if you get a chance, that you might be able to meet with the discuss with the Springfield City Council, city solicitor, the ordinance that they just passed, so that we can kind of be complimentary to that.
Madam Chair?
And then, Councilor Hernandez, do you want to be recognized, or do we want to suspend the rules to have Attorney Degnan speak?
I wanted to suspend the rules to have Attorney Degnan speak.
And I'll second that, but I would just like to make a comment so that hopefully
Councilor
maybe
Reagan?
she could address this also. I was watching the news on it, and I've been listening to the recent events taking place in Holyoke relative to a lot of violence on the streets. My main concern is that these people who are in a role in a store, usually alone at night, are being put in the position of having to enforce this with these bikes that sometimes show up in swarms of 5 or 10. I don't know. I just think that's an awful lot to put on somebody working alone in one of these gas stations to be responsible for that. I mean, I'd be all in favor of putting a big fine on the person that showed up there with the bike, but I don't know. That's my only concern. I hear the effectiveness of it. I'm in favor of trying to stop this.
Yeah, we gotta
But that was the only thing that made me hesitate.
Don't they, at that times of the night when there's less population out there, I think that their doors are closed actually, at the gas stations at that time, and that they can just, from the window, because they don't allow you to go inside. Many of these places anyway, after a certain hour, they close their doors, and you can only do the service through a window.
I still wouldn't want to be them.
Yeah. No,
I do think that these were concerns that we raised last time. It'd be interesting to hear what was actually passed in Springfield and Hartford, or
maybe
Attorney Degnan.
Yes, thank you very much. On November 15th, I submitted to City Council an ordinance that amends Chapter 86 of our Code of Ordinances that addresses items number 8 and 9. And I did use Springfield as a model. So there are regulations with respect to these off-highway and recreational vehicles. And so not only are there regulations with respect to procedure when there's forfeiture, but there's also an enforcement provision which sets forth the penalties for each violation. So I'm concerned that you don't have this, because I thought that you did. But
I think you might have sent it to the full city council, and perhaps it was in the packet for the full city council meeting as opposed to the ordinance committee.
I thought they referred it, but perhaps I was wrong. I thought that they referred this to you, and that's why we were talking about it. But I guess that's not what happened, because you don't have it.
Yeah. Do you mind resending it to us?
Oh.
Because I could maybe find it, but I haven't.
No, I don't think we have it.
I could, if you wish, send like I did with the wage theft, send a copy to Chair Lisi, or I can submit a copy to each committee member if you like. Whatever way you want to do it, I'll do it.
I think the best practice is going to be sending all communications that want to get to the committee to Counselor Jeffrey Anderson Burgos as our administrative assistant, and he does a really great job of sort of electronically organizing all the documents that we could make use of in each committee. So it would be on the Google Drive for anyone to access at any point in time, and then he does an additional step in terms of circulating these materials to us with the agendas each meeting.
Okay, now I'll be sure to make sure that Jeff gets this, and it addresses the concerns that you raised. The only one I have not submitted is item number 7, because I'm still doing research on that. I didn't see it in the Springfield ordinance where it established prohibiting gas stations to sell gas to illegal dirt bikes. So as we stand right now, I am looking, researching to see if I can find, either case law, or other municipalities that have done this. So that's where I am with that. But 8 and 9 I've already drafted, and I'll get that to Jeff tomorrow.
And Attorney, if you just know, New Haven and Hartford have had it going for 6 or 7 years, and they've had no legal constitutional issues.
So
New Haven, and I know Springfield just adopted. I mean, it was just last Monday or Tuesday. They just finalized and signed the document. So, and I know they were all very happy. And I know Chicopee is working on it as well. So I think if we can copy their Springfield's rule and put it into our ordinance, I think we'll all be working on the same thing. And ultimately, the goal here is to have, if you will, a regional approach, so that we're not saying, okay, all right, you're not going to come here, but just go across and go to Hoyle or go to Chicopee. And I know our 3 communities have worked together on this, and I've been hearing that West Springfield and Westfield are also starting to think about the same kind of thing. So we may end up with a real strong regional approach to deal with these issues. And they've been all over the region. Thank you.
I will look at New Haven. I did not do that. I simply looked at Springfield and I didn't see it. But I will look at New Haven. I think you mentioned Chicopee. I will check both of those, their codes to see what they
filed
have.
it, but they haven't adopted it yet. They're in the same situation we are. They're in council trying to review it, and Springfield's was first, so we were all kind of saying, if Springfield gets it, let's work on theirs so that we pretty much can all be in the same type of legal order. But I know Springfield just passed it. And the other one is Hartford. Hartford was the first one that did it. And thank you for whatever you could do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll keep these three on the table then. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion items 7, 8, and 9 be kept on the table, that we get referred the final legal drafting, for our next meeting, and then, hopefully adopt it the last meeting in December.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor to table for our meeting? Aye. Any opposed? So moved. We are up to item number 10. This is a continuation of a public hearing, so 10.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion, sorry. Items number 10 and 11 as a package, please.
What I would like to do, if we can, is I would like to open the public hearing on item 12 first.
Is there a motion?
I'll second that.
Any in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
No.
Any? Is that 2 to 3 or 3 to 2? I'm sorry, Councilor Hernandez. Do you want to take up item 12 before 10 and 11?
Sure.
So on the motion to take up item number 12, which is a public hearing, Councilor Bacon,
Yes.
do you have something you want to add to this, item number 12, since we're taking it up before the other two?
I do. I've had conversation, and I'm not sure where the planning board is with this yet, but I'm getting the sense that there is a consideration that given the length and breadth of this list, and given that there has been very little feedback from any of the affected property owners, that there is the thought that we would not be imposing any new zone that we might create on the businesses, and that rather, if they want this new zone, they would come in and seek a zone change in the regular order of things. This is a very different circumstance from when Councilor Murphy addressed a matter in Ward 2, where there was a lot of unity and consensus relative to it. So the way this is configured right now, these people would have that zone placed upon them in place of their current zones. So I would also add into the record that we received a letter from the mall. So the mall indicated, and I'm summarizing, that they would support the establishment of an RC zone if it didn't change any of their uses. But if we impose the RC zone on the mall, it will change their uses because they're now under BH. And the retail center zone would limit their uses. So
it would only expand their uses, actually.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because it would take away their right relative to housing, which they currently have under BH.
Single-family housing, correct. But the other zones would actually be, it creates more uses overall than what they have, even if you're creating the restriction on single-family housing.
So the caveat is what's in the letter, And I am attempting to try to make it so that we can establish a zone that might be more, might be broader than the current spot zone of the shopping center, but while not imposing it on people who already have purchased and invested in zones that they bought knowing the zoning. We've only had 2 current letters from property owners submitted in the public hearings so far. Mr. Soltis and Mr. Borowski, I believe, and I think his letter was from 2017. He might have sent.
There was an updated letter from 2021, in fact.
So we've had 2.
So 2 letters. He actually submitted 2 letters in support.
So we've had 2 recent letters out of this whole long list of people who would be mandated to have this. And I would like the committee to make a recommendation to change this order, that they be rezoned, to make it be that they would be eligible to apply for the zone. That would seem to me to be good business, good process, because right now we haven't even articulated what the zone will be. So I would hope the committee would be supportive of this and keep our business in the normal operations of business in the city.
So why don't we why don't we continue this public hearing until we actually have a retail center to create and consider? And then we could see if anything changes once people understand more clearly what the retail center constitutes. It is a public hearing, so we do need to see if there's any members of the public who wish to be recognized and to weigh in on this issue. Is there anyone in the chambers or online who wishes to be recognized?
There's no one in the chambers.
Seeing that there is none, I'll entertain a motion that we continue this public hearing. I'm going to say, the 14th, I just don't think is a real option. So we could go for the 28th. And it would be part of the business of the next city council in terms of the final vote. Or we could forward it beyond December. In either case, it would be up to the next city council to register a final vote on it.
So
Have we received on 10, 11, or 12? I think we received a recommendation on 10 from the planning board, if I'm not mistaken, but have we received anything from the planning on 11 or 12? Yes?
Yep, we have a recommendation and then the materials that were submitted previously.
So what?
And they did actually submit a recommendation on 12 as well.
So we should be taking that into our public hearing before we vote to continue it.
So on 12, sure, on 12, because it's only 12 that's under discussion. Oh, we just lost it.
Do we have that? Okay.
So related to 12, we have a letter from the planning board. Dear Councilor Lacey, please be advised that the Holyoke Planning Board at their November 16th meeting discussed the above referenced zoning map changes to the zoning ordinance. After considering testimony received at the public hearings and discussions, the board voted unanimously to recommend to the Ordinance Committee that the proposed revisions to the following parcels be adopted. Excuse me. And it goes through the list of parcels, what their present zones are, and recommends that they all be changed to RC.
So we've accepted their recommendation, and on the motion to continue, whether we go to the 28th or not, I want to keep our public hearing open. We've only heard from 2 owners.
Yeah, that's fine, I don't mind. So is the 28th then the recommendation?
Huh?
Is the 28th then the recommendation for the date that you'd like to continue the public hearing to?
My only concern, I mean, we've obviously done it. I for one, I would be okay with number 10, creating the zone.
for an RC zone, but as I said previously, I would not be okay with 11 or 12, because we've got public hearings talking about making a zone change to a zone that we didn't have.
I know.
And I would expect that if we did adopt, and I think the planning board's recommendation on item 10 is to adopt, that if we did that and created the RC zone, then the public hearing and/or filing, each business filing their own request or whatever, would be more valid. But if we were voting on these right now, the only one I could vote for would be item 10. I'm all for creating a zone as far as in our books, but then let the actual properties have their say in terms of whether or not they want to become an RC zone or not.
Right, because I mean, the businesses can apply for any zone.
Yep.
So just to be clear, the only thing that we're having discussion on right now is item number 12. That's the only thing that we've motioned to take up off the table and open the public hearing for. And then finally, I'll just, reference, item 10 says create the retail center zone, and then, section 11 says eliminate the shopping center districts, because that was a, spot zone that referred to only one parcel, and that we were going to create any reference to shopping center districts to the RC district, and create the entire, what do I want to say? I don't want to say zone. I want to say contiguous area. But I understand your point, Councilor Murphy, that you're still eliminating the shopping center district on that individual parcel. So we have item number 12. We have read into the record the recommendation from the planning board, and there was a motion to table to the 28th.
So, Councilor Lisi, just one more point, if I may. There are two businesses who said that they want the SC zone in writing, apparently without knowing what it will be. But they have stipulated to us that they're in favor of the
RC, you mean, RC zone.
The RC zone, right?
Yeah, we've had a couple.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two that have explicitly stated that they are in favor of the change, and there's many that have been silent altogether.
Right, but they didn't necessarily indicate if they wanted it for their own property.
Sure.
All right.
So
we'll continue.
If we're not going anywhere with this, I think the motion to table is in order.
So we're continuing the public hearing to the 28th at 6:30, is that what we're doing?
That's what I heard was motioned, or I mean, I could have been mistaken, but I thought I heard you say that to the 28th at 6:30.
Is there any possibility of doing it on the 14th? I know, I can't, assuming we either hear from people at that point or not. I mean, obviously, this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th time that we're going to.
Well, right, but yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not going to meet as this body after the 21st anyhow. So.
But I'm just saying,
I mean,
this is the body that's had this here with us, this city council. So to me, if we don't do it till the 28th, it's not this council that's been reviewing it that's going to make the decision.
Right, we're almost going to have to start over.
And that's why I say if we could put it on the agenda for the 14th, then we have a chance to vote on it on the 21st and finish the business that we have here. Just my thought.
Sure, we'll see what happens. We'll put it on for the 14th, but I'm going to put it on late in the agenda, and
yep, that's fine.
I mean, if people aren't showing up now, I don't see how they're going to show up tomorrow. I mean,
well, right, but since we're still in the public hearing, my issue is that if they're not affirmatively saying that they want it, we can't assume that they want this imposed on them. I mean, we're always worried about getting sued. Well, here's a golden opportunity.
I mean, I think it's really well within our right to do the rezone like this, but It's a fruitless discussion at this point, so motion to table, we'll put it on for the 14th at 6:30 PM. All in favor?
The motion is to continue the
Alright.
public hearing.
I did say the 14th.
To continue the public hearing, not table.
Sorry, to continue the public hearing to the 14th at 6:30 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved, 5-0 vote.
Make a motion, we take up item 10, public hearing, and open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to take up item number 10. This is an order that I filed relative to the RC district. Give me a moment, I just need to scroll up a bit. The zone change proposal to create a RC retail center zone, taking into account both present tendencies and future desired development, such as appropriate criteria to ensure a proper cohesive use and promote continued mixed commercial retail development in Holyoke. So for this, I have a recommendation from the planning board, dated November 18th. Please be advised that the planning board at their November 16th meeting discussed the above referenced zone text change to the zoning ordinance. After considering testimony received at the public hearings and discussions, the board voted unanimously to recommend to the Ordinance Committee the creation of a retail center zone, and that this change be adopted by the City Council. So I believe that everybody's seen the supporting materials that have been presented in the past. Is there anyone, any members of the public who are here to speak on this issue, either in the chambers or at home?
There's no, is it? I don't see anybody.
No.
Make a motion to public.
Okay.
I do.
So under discussion, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. So in the language that we're looking at, that was originally written way back when, there is almost every use known to man in here. And I'm going to call it what to me it is from, it's just a mishmash and a mess of uses, many of which are completely not compatible. I am stunned that a planning board would refer this to us in this form and leave every one of these uses in here. I would remind my colleagues on this committee that the motor vehicle body repair, service, etc., was only in there because at the time we had Sears Automotive, and the goal was to try to make everybody be happy and they wouldn't lose what they had. Well, they've long come and gone. And so that use isn't even in existence in that plaza anymore. And car washes, we have been very careful in the city about car washes, and we have undergone many security and safety issues relative to car washes in the recent past. And these are not uses that go to the sustainability of retail and commercial. And I'm just really stunned that they're there. And then outdoor commercial recreation and an amusement park and a racetrack. I mean, what are we thinking? I mean, to me, all those things that there's not even the space for, never mind the congenial use of, need to come right out of this. And the other thing that is buried in here somewhere is suddenly taking the shopping center zone, which remember, that's where this all started from. They wanted expanded uses there. And now we are going to allow 8-story buildings and a 9-story building if the planning board wants to give it. And by the way, all authority within this ordinance is with the planning board. This is just, in my view, an overreach by the planning board, which is a non-elected body, and this list in and of itself, I just feel lacked a in-depth review of the uses. I mean, I just can't even picture how these things could exist and why we would put them as a use in a retail environment. And I'm not getting 8 and 9 stories. I don't see where that fits in. And it's almost like some of the members of the planning board that I know have changed over aren't aware of some of the language in here. I mean, I don't even know if we have apparatus to deal with an 8-story building with the fire stations that are near the mall. But I hope the committee is willing to redline a lot of these just crazy uses out of this so that maybe we could have something that would allow retail providers to have some flexibility, but not to go to this extreme with high-rise buildings. I mean, it's just not in keeping with the zone and the ward and the surrounding neighborhoods. I don't know, I'm kind of stunned.
So I think that this is always where we were sort of like imagining and envisioning where larger scale development would happen. And so while we're not creating a zone for the present uses, we're creating a zone for the future and the way that we could develop that area and the way that we could make the most in terms of, taxable space. If we can't build out any further, we want to contain, urban sprawl, then building up is an option. And so there are a lot of like mall type development. I mean, this is part of like the earliest conversations that we had about malls becoming alls and offering a variety of amenities, everything from car repair to hotel and restaurant services. And so this is absolutely created to create the broadest, most imaginative options for what we'd want to see in this area. It's not the smaller boutique sort of development that we seem to be trying to direct downtown, the smaller mom and pop shops. This is for larger developments that need more space and,
Except
if there is no racetrack in the community presently, and we were to have an opportunity to use some parcel somewhere to create the racetrack, I think this is exactly where it would go. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to pass, but in terms of like the options to be considered, that is something that I think is appropriate for this area.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry if I missed. I hear Councilor Hernandez.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I actually praise the Holyoke Planning Board, and I think that they're composed of a lot of talented individuals. I respect them, and they actually are reimagining what and leaving options for the future. And I mean, I don't see anything wrong with just leaving this all of these uses here, because as you said, in the future we can move forward and adapting to the changes. So I mean, it doesn't hurt to reimagine and have this passed in this way to allow us to expand and to keep up with progress. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi?
Councilor Bacon.
So the problem with that is these aren't just large retail spaces that we're talking about here. We did talk about that in the earlier discussions. On this list that we just continued the public hearing on, there are very small lots. So the use that's listed here would, in everything that is before us, apply to a person who now owns a home that would become this zone for these theoretical uses. Now, when the shopping center zone was developed, I think it was one of our senior counselors who said, well, the thought at the time was that we would do the zone and people would like it and it would get picked up by more of the owners of the properties. But it didn't happen that way because we aren't the ones doing the business. And for us to sit here and imagine what they will do, I just don't think we're in a position to put ourselves in their shoes. And we're not hearing from them that that's what they want. And so to impose this on them, I just think is a government overreach of the worst sort. We do not know better than the people who are investing millions of dollars. I just don't believe that. And so, anyway, I guess it is what it is, and the council will vote what it votes. But
So I do want to, just for the record, I'm looking at the zoning map change recommendation, and none of the parcels there are residential. It's BG, IG, SC, BH, and IP.
Right,
So there's no residential parcels here that are being suggested for an RC zone change. And furthermore, what we're talking about in 10 is just the creation of the RC, not the application.
I did not say they were zoned residential. I said they were homes that people live in. One of whom came down and testified in the public hearing.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. So, Councilor Anderson Burgos has his hand up.
Yes, I'd like to motion to close the public hearing and adopt, please.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to close the public hearing and adopt. In this case, I think we should get a full legal form. So we need to request that the recommendations of the planning board be drafted into legal form for adoption. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
It's a 3-2 vote in favor of drafting into legal form.
And we did close the public hearing, correct?
We did close the public hearing. It was a combined vote, but I can separate them out if you wish.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, so moving on, we have item number 11.
Make a motion, we open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to open the public hearing on item number 11, which is a continuation continuation of a public hearing. All in favor to take up item number 11? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. So a zone change proposal to have the city of Holyoke remove from its code of ordinances, Appendix A, zoning ordinance, section 8.3, shopping center districts, and any other references to said zone, and replace it with the retail center district, RC. As it is a public hearing, we should allow any members of the public who want to speak on this. I don't see anyone online anymore, and I don't believe anyone's in the council chambers. So under discussion, here we have recommendations from the planning board, I believe. So zoning text change, section 8.3, shopping center district be replaced with retail center district. Please be advised that at the November 16th meeting of the Holyoke Planning Board, we discussed the above referenced zone change text to the zoning ordinances, and after considering testimony received at the public hearings and discussions, the board voted unanimously to recommend to the Ordinance Committee the proposed revisions to Section 8.3 Shopping Center of the zoning ordinance be replaced with Retail Center, and these changes be adopted by the City Council. The terminology provided with the proposed text amendments highlighted in red is currently defined within Section 2.0 definitions. Retail establishment, retail center, passenger motor vehicle, and out parcel. Section 4.3 of the Table of Principal Uses, Table 5.2 of the dimensional regulations, and Section 6.4.6.4 signs in business and industrial district size limitations. So this is the full draft. Counselor Bacon under discussion.
So I would like to make a motion that we continue this public hearing to December 14th along with the other one because because we don't have a retail center zone.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to continue item number 11 to 12:14 along with the other item number 12 for 6:30 p.m. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So moved.
Motion to take up item number 13 off the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I think 13 and 14 and 15 are all handicap placards. So we could take them up as a package if you wish.
Yes, as a package.
Motion has been made and seconded to take them up as a package. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. So this is 3 handicap placards. One is that a sign be placed in front of 58 North Bridge Street, and one that is going to remove a sign at 24 Hamden Street, and one that is going to remove a sign in front of 136 Beach Street. I think the removals are straightforward. I don't know if Councilors Murphy or Hernandez, you want to make any comments regarding this. It's, again, pretty straightforward. But for item number 13, do we have a recommendation from the Commission on Disabilities, Jeffrey?
So there is kind of deeper information for number 13. So Marilyn is the one who left 24 Hamden Street. That's why that one was being removed. In the process of researching this, it was kind of discovered by Ms. Vasquez that there was already a spot in front of 58 North that another resident is actively using, and disability, with her approval and with the approval of disabilities, we have legal language for a spot at the corner on Eli.
So that was 13 then?
That's for number 13.
And that has also been reviewed and approved by the Commission on Disabilities?
Yes, it has.
So
Great.
Is this the one, 58 North Bridge?
That is what I understand, yes.
Because I'm just looking at the attachments and it looks like they didn't fill it out. We usually have this part filled out by Don Welch.
So this was the original printout.
Oh, so there's a second one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you make sure that stays with the package and make it available to anyone in the chambers who wants to look at it?
Yes, of course.
Yep.
Thank you.
So this has been amended essentially to be placed in front of what number, Eli?
So it's right at so 58 is right at the corner of North Bridge and Eli, so it's on the side of 58 North Bridge instead of in front of it. It's on Eli.
Okay, so then we'll just say that we'll amend this order so it's just clear that the handicap sign be placed on the side of 58 North Bridge Street,
Is that
which is going to be Eli
Just to
Street.
be clear, is that on their recommendation on the?
Yeah, that was, so I did speak with Don Welch, and he approved that recommendation to have it on Eli.
Okay.
I'm sorry? Yes. In fact, it was her recommendation that asked that it be on Eli after discovering those.
Oh.
Actually, it was Nilka in the mayor's office who actually communicated further with her on this. So she worked with me to communicate that.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, a motion to adopt all three is in order.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. It's 5-0 vote on all three. It's been a long meeting. I do want to thank the committee members and also Attorney Degnan, who's here with us at the last moments of the evening here. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry that some of the discussion, I'm sure, on some matters got cut a little bit short, shorter than we would have liked, given the way that other discussions went on longer than we probably anticipated. But we have a full agenda for the 14th. And I understand that there is a desire to wrap a lot up before the new council takes office. So I will do my best to accommodate all of the items that we've pushed on to the 14th. So thanks for your time. Thanks for your help.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Any
Happy
opposed?
holidays.
So moved. Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Bye-bye.